enhance your work and also help you to do more in the fight against the climate change. All right. Again, Janet has already mentioned a few things about me. My name is Oluwatosin Ajide. I work with the Nigerian Climate Innovation Center, which we operate out of Lagos. But again, our coverage is beyond just Lagos, it's national, right? And I also double for as a national lead for Climate Launchpad competition, which is a climate competition, a global climate competition. The registration is still on for 2024 course. So if you have an idea, it's an ideation stage competition. So if you're at the early stage ideation prototype MVP, is a good platform for you to start your green journey. So you can, check online to see how you can apply for the Climate Launchpad competition. You can just write Climate Launchpad. You can just search for Climate Launchpad and it's going to come up, then you can apply. All right. Thank you, everyone. Uh, I don't want to waste so many of my time. I'm still trying to get a hold of how many minutes I have so I can know how flexible I can be. Uh, okay, that's still not been shared with me. All right. This morning we are going to look at climate and innovation, where innovation comes in and where technology comes in. Many people always reach out to Nigerian Climate Innovation Center to talk about different climate angles and all, and we always tell them we come in at the innovation stage because um, the fight against climate change has different level. We have those that are, doing advocacy, those that are using innovation, those that are coming from the media angle, the educational part and all, right? But again, there's no we can neglect the innovation side of things and technology side of things because any idea that you want to scale and want to grow, you definitely need to, incorporate innovation and technology. As we go, as we discuss further, you see the reason why I mentioned innovation and technology and the role they play in mitigating climate change. All right. Uh, so all right. So I would like to start with climate innovations and the involvement in climate change. And one of the reason why innovation is quite important in climate change is because it involves the development and implementation of new ideas, right? Technology and approaches aimed at mitigation and adapting to climate change. Technology helps accelerate efforts and innovation, right? I would just like to break this down so that we can see how all our innovations, all our ideas, all our advocacy, can fit into the innovation space and also the technology space, right? Any sector that tends to accelerate in the last few years is because there have always been constant ideas, new technologies, new approaches, right? Without innovations, there's going to be as limited um, developments in such sector. We have to keep constantly having new ideas, new approaches, and there are not going to be new ideas if they are not new innovations or innovations are not being adopted or technology being adopted. The reason why most we have new ideas every day is because there's constant improvement, constant, developments in those sectors, right? For those ideas to come on board, for those innovations to come on board, there has to be a form of technology that has been incorporated into those ideas. And that is why it is very important that we don't just see climate change from the social aspects, from the advocacy aspect, from the education aspect, from all the different aspects we've always been looking at it from. We should also see it from the angle of innovation and technology because there is little we can really actually achieve. There is little we can really, accomplish if we don't incorporate innovation and technology. Technology helps in accelerating efforts and efforts and innovation, right? We might have different efforts, we might have different things we are doing currently, right? Adding innovation or adding technology to it is going to definitely accelerate the effort. It either saves you time, saves your energy or even makes it more cost efficient, right? So it is very important that from all angles that we are, checking this from, we all look for a way or a path that includes innovation and technology. And that's one of the few things we'll be looking at this morning. But before I go on, you can, signify by raising your hand. You can just share with me few, if you can, one or two people can just tell me the importance of, innovation or the roles of innovation in climate change. Do you have anybody? You can raise your hand and I'll call you to, unmute and answer. I just want to, sample ideas and sample
Mm.
opinions. So can anybody tell me the roles or the importance of innovations in climate change or in climate sector? You can raise your hand. Anybody? Okay, Lagos. Lagos, Victoria. Victoria, do you want to unmute?
Yes, thank you. So I
Yeah.
believe that innovation in climate change will bring about a drastic change in the ways that climate change has been tackled over the years.
Exactly. Just
Or
like
you're talking about like
Victoria said.
a practical example.
Okay,
Okay, I think
please
for
go
me,
ahead.
a practical example for me would be the solar systems. That's for improving energy efficiency in buildings instead of running generator bringing out carbon dioxide and the rest. Solar system can help to minimize the use of generator and is a renewable energy. So for me, I would say that's like an innovation.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. I mean, with the whole fuel issue right now, and there's gonna be constant lights, right? My neighbor next to me has a full, scale solar panel and inverter, and I've been jealous of him throughout the last 2 days, right? So these are some of the things that innovation can bring to the table, right? So I totally agree with you. Let me take Grace. Grace Abuja, you can unmute.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just like the first person said, I would say that innovation in climate change or climate-related crisis helps in adaptation. So it helps in building resilience to some of the climate issues that behaves the nature or the earth or human persons that are living on the earth. So what part of some of the innovative solutions that we've had in recent times would be innovations around crafts, turning some of the what we call waste into wealth. So recreation of waste into wealth, recycling of some of the plastics that we find in our waste sites, and also making it like turning those things into money. Definitely is part of what innovation in climate change can help in creating adaptability, help to reduce the impact of climate change on most persons or the world entirely. So innovation is key for climate related issues as regards to being able to create things out of the little things that would have contributed to climate crisis. Thank you.
Yes, one of the things I like about what you said is adaptation and mitigation, right? It's quite important to, we can't really adapt or even try to mitigate or, build resilience without in technology or innovation. That's one of the things that will spurs us into that. So I think I'll take two more people. Let me take Paul. Paul,
Good morning. I'm glad to
yeah, good morning.
be given opportunity to speak on this platform. Yes, innovation in climate change will bring about new ideas. They say idea rule the world. So coming up with new innovations can go a long way in tackling the challenges we have in our climate today. most especially the issue of global warming, deforestation, pollutions, among others, in order to save our greenhouse gas. So, innovation in climate change, to my own opinion, can bring about new ideas, things that have not been tried before. So, when brought on board, I know I am optimism that definitely there will be solutions that will go a long way in hastening the move towards climate change for the better uh, green world or the ecological system of the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. I like what you mentioned about ideas, right? There is no ideas without innovation, and there's no innovation without ideas. So I totally agree with you. Let me take Newton, right? Let me take Newton, then I'll probably take Ibuchim, sorry, then we'll continue. So quickly, Newton, do you want some
Good
news?
morning. Good morning,
Good
everyone.
morning.
I
Hi.
think climate change solves the problem of climate change makes social and environmental climate change makes solving an environmental issue economical viable. So you can make money out of solving the problem. And one example I can cite is 3D printing, making of light materials for vehicles and airplane, also solving climate, making it consume less energy by making light material.
All right. Thank you so much, Newton. I will take Ibuchim, then we will continue. Ibuchim, do you want to unmute?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Um, from my own idea, I think climate change and innovation, one of the advantages of using innovation to tackle climate change would be it will help us to track the use it to track
To iya, na gode. Zan kira baba.
and also measure
Zan kira
the gas emissions, because on the effects of the environment, important daily. That button will help us to mitigate effects of emission on the environment.
Ibuchim, there's so much background noise from where you are.
No, not from my end, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, I agree. For measurement and for knowing be able to capture, the carbon dioxide and all. Yes, I totally agree. And I'm sorry we'll have to move on, because I won't be able to take rest. But again, the good part is that we'll still have chance to, ask more questions and interact. I'll just like to quickly move on. But I must say I'm very glad with the feedback I've gotten. It shows how knowledgeable most of us are about how innovation, intersects with climate, right? But we've all brought our thoughts and our ideas. So I'll just speak about a few of it so that pick from everyone's ideas and everyone's thoughts, and then we can, use it to summarize it and have more more insightful, reasons. All right. So what are the roles of innovation in climate, right? Some of us have mentioned some of these things, but I'll buttress it more so that we have more idea about the reason for it. Number one, development of sustainable technologies. Many of the ideas we have, right, or technologies that we have is good, but the innovation part of it brings out the sustainable part of it, right? If your ideas are not going to be sustainable in the long run, please, please, everybody should mute the mic, please. Thank you. So that you don't interrupt the class. Thank you. Right. So your ideas or your innovation or your product or your services, whatever it is you are doing, or your advocacy, whatever it is you are doing, right? innovation makes it more sustainable. It helps to develop a more sustainable technology, right? You might have a technology that you might think will work, but the innovation part of it is what bring out the sustainability part of it, to reduce greenhouse gas emission and promote environmental, conservation, right? Number two, cost reduction and scalability. There's two things I always tell my portfolio in NCIC that whatever ideas you have, whatever products you have, whatever service you have that you are selling, if it's not scalable, just dead it at the beginning. Don't bother to even pursue it, right? And what is scalability without innovation? You can't scale if your idea is not innovative. What makes it scalable is innovation, right? So innovation helps us to, highlight some of the ways our products, our services, our platform, whatever it is, any one of us, every one of us here is doing. Innovation makes it scalable and cost reduction, right? One of the best ways you can reduce cost is innovation, right? One thing many people always say about green businesses, green products, green services is that it's always expensive. And I do agree. I'm in the space. I agree. Most of green products are more expensive than the rest. And the reason why is because we've not attained that height of innovation, right? It's still an emerging economy, it's still a new economy, it's still a new sector, right? So not much innovation has been adapted into it, and not much innovation has been incorporated into it. That's why it's still very much more expensive. If many of us want to install solar alone now, I know how expensive it is. Many of us can bear witness. Probably few of us that have can bear witness on how expensive it can be, to install some of these things. And even buying some green products, right? If you want to buy, let's say, a recycled mask now, that is being probably made from recycled waste, recycled water, essence, and all, right? It's going to be definitely more expensive than your normal mask that you buy, right? Why? Because, the ways of making it, getting the materials, the mask is being done maybe with hand, because there is not enough technology and innovations for you to make it, right? So you have to do it with more effort, more time. So it's more expensive than your normal products, right? That is why innovation needs to come in. But imagine we have an innovation like a warehouse with serious uh big plants and big machines that can make probably mats, maybe about 1,000 mats in about 1 hour, right? Because of the volume of the production you are making, it's going to be much more cheaper, right? That is where innovation comes on board. It helps to, help reduce cost and help scale your idea, your businesses, or whatever it is you're doing in the green space. It also promotes circular economy. Like I said, the circular economy is still very new. From some of us are in the circular economy. You making use of waste into a new product. Into a new idea is not something that is you can just wake up and just decide to do. I have someone that I've been speaking to, or I've been trying to advise and mentor, that is about to get into the economies, the secular space, right? I can tell you how tedious it is. Many people think it's as easy as, oh, I can carry nylons, I can carry plastic, I can carry, food waste, and just dramatically turn this into something, right? Turn it into maybe uh, building materials, turn it into, the interlockings and all. And you think it's very much that easy. It's not always that easy, because there are a lot of testing you have to do, so there are a lot of standardization you have to do, turning some of those things. You might have, eventually have probably put all the nylons, all the plastics together to turn it into maybe an interlocking. Then you put all the necessary raw material into it, then you find out that it is not, durable. Maybe when the sun it is too much, it start melting. So you need to add some, some chemicals, you need to add some, other materials to make it more durable. Right. In the long run, you realize that you wasted maybe like 6 months, 1 year, still not being able to make a big breakthrough, right? These are some of the challenges that so many businesses that we advise on in our portfolio are facing, right? Is because there are not so many information on ground, so many data that many new businesses or startups can leverage on, right? It's still a very new emerging economy. If you go online and type, or turning this and this to this and this, right? You might get few ideas here and there. You might get some, some papers that some people have written, right? But the papers and the ideas might not really, speak to what you really have to do. You have to go into, fabrication labs yourself, put those things together, to test if it really works, right? These are expensive things, and these are things that, are not easy, but that's where innovation comes in, right? Innovations helps you in so many ways to be able to recycle and reuse and, repurpose most of these things rather than disposing them as a waste. So it's very important to, find a way to incorporate innovations into, the climate space. Another thing I would like to talk about is behavioral change and awareness. One of the major ways you can, reach a lot of people is through different uh, platform that you can use to speak to people about behavioral change and awareness. For some of us that are activists on this, climate activists on this call, some of us that, are probably media people that are on this call that are really key on, educating people, letting them know the effect of climate change, what they can do as an household or as an individual, to help combat or mitigate or adapt to climate change. These are some of the things that many of us have been doing, right? Innovation helps us to, extend to many people, reach much more people, right? We that can include, social and behavioral innovations that promote sustainable lifestyle, right? Because like I always say, for you to be, climate inclined, you have to turn into a lifestyle, right? What kind of lifestyle, you knowing that you need to, when you're leaving the house, off all the sockets, off all the bulbs that you're not using, so that you don't waste electricity, you don't waste energy, right? Energy efficiencies. These are some of the things, the lifestyle, knowing that once you are, no matter where you are, you are done using probably a plastic bottle, drinking something from the can or the bottle, you make sure you properly find the nearest, the dustbin to make sure you properly, dispose it, right? These are lifestyle. You might think it's easy, even me that I'm being this way for a while, sometimes you think it's easy that you probably incorporate this into your lifestyle, but times that you probably not even probably you get carried away, you don't understand or you don't even believe where you are, you just you're about throwing it down, then you realize, oh, I'm not supposed to do this, right? Then you start looking for the best place to dispose it. These are some of the lifestyle, right? And you can promote this lifestyle without innovation, right? Using the appropriate channels and channels and platform to communicate and help with the awareness. Another thing I would like to talk about is climate adaptation and resilience. And I love the idea. I've forgotten who mentioned, I think, I don't know if it's Grace from Abuja, right? That mentioned something about adaptation and resilience, right? The truth of the matter is that combating or mitigating climate change totally is not as visible as we think it is, right? So what we need to do is now is to learn how to adapt to it and build resilience. Like I always tell people, we shouldn't focus for so many years, right? People have focused on mitigating climate change. Let's find a way to end climate change, right? Let's totally, you know, fully destroy and end climate change, right? But in the long run, we realize that it's probably going to be impossible, to totally say that there's no longer climate change or fully mitigate climate change, right? But we've now moved on from that mitigation to adaptation and resilience, right? Even if they are making efforts to, mitigate climate change, we are still trying to build adaptation and resilience. So adaptation means that climate change is happening already, right? So how can we adapt to it, right? How can we, boost our adaptation? What are the policies? What are the technologies we can put in place that can help us adapt to it, right? How can we build resilience? How can we build like, okay, climate change is happening. What can we do to make us more resilient against it that will make, maybe through agriculture, through, energy efficiency, through, waste management, circular economy, how can we, build this resilience, right? Resilience and adaptation is probably almost impossible without innovation because most of the things that will be used are either technologies that have been evolving, right? So we need to always understand the role of innovation that none of these things can happen in any way without, you know, the idea of innovations and technology. We need to understand the adaptation. We creating products, that are adaptable. We're creating ideas that are adaptable. We're creating platforms that are adaptable. Involves innovation. right? It plays a very crucial role in enhancing climate adaptation and resilience. This includes development of climate resilient infrastructure, right? There is no way we can, say we are adapting without infrastructure. In fact, adaptation itself and resilience itself is you putting in place some form of infrastructure or some form of, patterns that can help, with maybe with sensors that can help, warn you against things like extreme weather, um, flooding, drought, and all those kind of things, right? You can easily, try to predict it and prepare yourself, right? If you can predict it and you know that, okay, there's going to be a drought in this particular area, right? You can really put some things in place to adapt or to build resilience against that drought or that flooding, right? So it's very important or it's very key that we know that we cannot move ahead with adaptation, climate adaptation, and resilience without innovation. They go hand in hand. In fact, it's almost impossible for you to say you want to adapt to something without innovation. Another thing is policy support and market incentives. One of the things problem we have in Nigeria really is the policies that help with our fight against climate change. Right, many of the policies are not innovative enough. Right, it's still very rigid. Like we need to think ahead, and that's one of the things innovation helps us to do. Innovation helps you to think ahead. It helps you to see. In fact, the idea of innovation is to help you see something from a new line, a new perspective, right? And that's why we need so many brilliant people, so many brilliant guys like you and guys like every other people that are playing roles in this climate space, right? To be forward thinking, right? You can't be forward thinking without you being innovative, right? Seeing things from a different perspective, right? You only holding a phone and knowing and seeing the phone as a tool, right? To either use probably creating a platform or creating an app that can easily do anything that can help with this adaptation. I'm not sure. Can you still hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yes, we
All
can
right.
hear you. Go
All
ahead,
right.
sir.
So,
Hear you.
all right. So innovation helps to think forward. I always tell people you can't beat climate change if you're not forward thinking, right? Because climate change is moving at a very fast pace, right? You have to be able to sit down and we need the best of hands to be able to think forward. How can we prevent this? How can we make sure that our farm produce, our agricultural system is adapting to climate change? What can we do? What can we put in place that can be, help, right? To help, reduce the effect of climate change on our produce, on our products, on our, whatever it is, on our even our weather, right? What can we do? I met a guy recently that does like a natural, AC that you don't really need AC. He uses some, some materials with water and there's a way you just put the whole technology. Fine, it's not yet scalable, it's not yet it's at very early stage. But I love the idea because it's innovative, right? It's trying to think way beyond every other person, right? You have tested the idea, there's still a little bit of, things to, upgrade, things to, incorporate technology with to make it work, right? But at least that tested it and the room was a little bit chilled, right? The room was a little bit cold, right? So that shows that he has implemented the idea of innovation and has been able to think forward that, what if we don't have light? What if there is no light for like a long period of time? Are we going to, have to cope with this heat of a thing and all, right? Then he sat down and he thought of it. What makes AC, right? Can we, instead of going through technology, can we look for, a natural thing that we can put together that can make the room cold, right? In the olden days, we know how they say about these mud pots that used to be the fridge in the olden days, right? Some of these things, you might have to go back to before technology, some of these things that were being done, right? And then bring it to incorporate innovation and bring it to limelight, right? So it's very important that we come up with innovative ideas that can help the policy, right? And it help market incentives, right? So the reason many people are not even playing in this ecosystem or in this sector is because, like I said, it's expensive. A lot of things is expensive. We need market incentives, right? For example, like solar panels and all, solar panels, batteries, inverters and all, they are very expensive, right? But in case, imagine if there are market incentives, things that can make, drive the price way down, look at foreign countries and advanced countries like I think Norway, Netherlands, and I think even a part of UK, where if you have excess energy, right, you can sell it, right? Or if you have, I think it's Netherlands or Norway, I can't remember vividly. There's a country that if you have a panel, they are using renewable energy in your house, you are being given some level of incentives, right? If I know that maybe personally, if I have a panel in my house, right, the government is going to probably reduce my tax by some percentage, or the government is going to do this, or the government is going to do that, then it will encourage me to do more, right? These are some of the things innovation will help us accomplish, right? So it's very important that we see some of these things way beyond uh, just our contemporary health and contemporary policy. We need to see it from an innovative ideas. And that's the major problem I have with, the policymakers in Nigeria. I'm always, skeptical about the policies they're going to bring, right? Because are they forward thinking? Are they innovative? They drive this policy, they drive this whole, constitution, right? If they make a policy that is not favorable or innovative enough for climate space, right, it's going to draw us years back. So it's very important that even in policy making, innovation is being introduced, right? Last but not the least, international collaboration and knowledge sharing. One thing innovation is going to help us do is to reach a larger audience even beyond Nigeria. Most of the things I've done within my organization is way beyond Nigeria. I've been able to share ideas, be a part of different life-changing and world-changing programs just through innovation and technology. Sometimes I might not even be out of my room. Sometimes I might not even be out of Nigeria. Sometimes it might just be, having a platform that we can share ideas, right? We are working towards a platform where innovators that have done something and they've had some learnings can easily drop their ideas and drop their findings on the platform. So if I need an information, to help me build more on my ideas and my product, I can easily go to that platform, to get more ideas. And it's way beyond just Nigeria, right? This encourage best practice. One of the major problems we have in Nigeria is best practice, right? We don't really, understand what best practice is. But if we have an innovation that, help us in knowledge sharing, we can really know what and what is meant to be the best practice. How should we go about, waste sorting? How do we sort our waste? How do we measure energy efficiency? Many of us, that's one of the things many of us don't even know we have. Energy efficiency and making use of the right ways of energy. Many of us, like, I visited my friend recently and I went to his house and I saw that, you are in the sitting room. Why is your two rooms the AC is on, right? You're not in those two rooms. Why do you have your AC on, right? You don't need to, run your AC when you're not there, right? You're in the sitting room. Why not off your AC? And when you want to go to the room, on your AC. You're telling me you want the room to be as chilled and cold as possible when you enter the room, right? That is selfish, right? That is not helping the ecosystem. That is not helping our fight against climate change. You need to be very, very smart with our usage of energy, right? So when you're leaving the house, the lifestyle, the best practice, how should we do this? How should we do that? Making sure you are using the right appropriate of energy. You don't waste energy. You don't, making sure that your house is fully energy, efficiency. The kind of bulbs you use, the kind of electronics you use, are they energy consuming and all those kind of things, right? So it's very important that we incorporate all of these things in our day-to-day activities, right? Quickly, I'll move to importance of technology, right? A lot of us have helped us, and some of it, intertwined with innovation. But one thing about technology is that technology helps boost innovation, right? If you have innovation, you have innovative ideas. When you incorporate technology, it helps boost it and make it more, durable. The number one, which is very important, monitoring and measuring, right? I think to Grace that mentioned is the way we can know that we are making progress is by being able to monitor and measure our progress, right? Technology helps us do that. Many of us, I don't know, few of us might know how to, calculate our CO2 emissions, through our products, through our services. There's some classes, if you don't know how to do it, there's some classes, there's sessions that, help us with tools that can help you calculate your CO2 emissions, that you are probably saving, right? With probably your products or your services, right? So it's very important. It helps technology like that help us to measure some of these things so that we'll know, are we really making progress fight against climate change? Are we really, avoiding some CO2? Are we really mitigating some CO2, right? Number two, energy efficiency. I think I've already spoken about this, right? Some sensors. I don't know if you have been in some rooms, right? In some, some sustainable buildings. Like when you step into the room, that's when the lights will come up. When you step into the room, that's when probably the AC, the windows, everything will open, right? It's sensors, right? It's saying that if you are not there, you don't need the light, right? It's when you are there, you need the light. So those kind of sensors, those kind of uh, technology, help us in saving CO2, right? So it's very, very important that you incorporate some of those technologies and some of those technology into some of the things you are doing. Is it expensive? Yes, it's expensive. Like I said, I know it's expensive, and that's one of the major challenges we are facing, even as an organization that is trying to help green businesses. Some of these things are expensive, but again, if you have a convincing ideas and convincing product, there are millions of dollars within Nigeria and outside Nigeria that can help you, build some of these things, right? So it plays a very critical roles, crucial role in improving energy efficiency, carbon capturing and storage, right? Again, I think I spoke a little bit about this. Technology helps us to, capture some carbon um, dioxide emission from industry processes and power plants, capture them through different technology, and so many of us know about carbon credits, right? Carbon credits will never even be in place, will never even work. In fact, the reason why carbon credit is not gaining ground as it gain ground in the world, and especially in Nigeria, which is because it's very, very low in Nigeria, is because we don't have the technology yet, right? How do you know the right way of capturing this carbon dioxide, this CO2? How do you know how to, trade these credits? You need a platform, you need a technology, right? So we need technology. We need people to come up brilliant ideas that will come up with technologies that can help, capture this carbon and help us to credit it in a very much more transparent and easier way, right? So it's very important that we see this technology in this aspect, right? Most of these things are not yet in line, or some things, some of this technology are not yet, at that stage that can be used, because a lot of people will reach out. So I want to understand the carbon credits. I believe my company is, helping in, capturing carbon, is helping in saving carbon, and we think we can trade it for money. Yes, it's true. There are few people that have been able to do that, but again, we need more technology and more innovation to make this transparent, right? There's some people that will think they've captured a particular amount of, CO2, and at the end of the day, we realize that it's not, the integrity is not that, it's not that, it's not there, right? So it's difficult. It makes it difficult for, things like that to happen. So technology is going to help us, with some of these things. Quickly, another thing is climate modeling and prediction. Technology helps the prediction, right? Like I said, is we should be much more cooler if we know that, there's going to be droughts in probably in Sokoto or in Kano, or in one part of Kano or Sokoto or in Borno, right? And some things that we can do, we can predict it and know that we can easily, probably put some stimulation, put some irrigation and help, prevent that drought or that flooding, right? If we know some flooding, a young child was introducing me to a particular sensor that can detect, flooding, right? That can detect what can, make flooding more intense and all, right? And how you can, create some solution, things you can do, right? Still, again, some of these things are still at the very early stage that we need more technology. Why is that guy idea not becoming a full-fledged thing? Because there's lack of technology, right? It requires a lot of money to, put that technology together, then deploy it, right? Testing it and deploying it, right? So it's very important. Predicting and, modeling. If you have the right technology, you can easily predict the future climate scenarios, assess the impact. So let's say so and so is going to happen in Nigeria in the year 2024, right? How can we predict that it will not affect our food? That will not have food shortage, right? You know how expensive food is because of, it's not everything that is because of insecurity. Some of it is actually because of climate change, right? Flooding, drought, and, several other climate change impacts, right? Effects, right? So it's very, very important that we have some of this sensor prediction and modeling that we can use to, avert some of those challenges, right? Another thing is behavioral change awareness. I already mentioned something like that, so I don't want to repeat myself so that we can have time for few questions. Climate adaptation, again, I said it, there's no adaptation or resilience without technology. We need to, technology assist in developing, deploying adaptation strategies and to mitigate the impact of climate change. So many things that we use to adapt are all incorporated in technology. There's no way we can even think of doing anything adaptation if you are not looking at technology, because it's technology that will eventually empower some of those things that will make it work, right? So before we move straight to technology question and answer, there's one thing I always want to say to, I don't know if we have green innovators that have products or that have services or on this call, right? Many of us, our ideas or our services or our innovations are not necessarily, you know, innovative, or don't let me use the word innovative, are not necessarily, using technology, right? That doesn't mean it's not innovative, right? What you need to do is just see how you can incorporate technology. How can you incorporate technologies? Leveraging on some existing technologies, right? I've seen a lot of green startups coming to tell me that they can't access some kind of funding because they're not technology wise or they're not technology inclined at all, right? You just need to understand that all you need to do sometimes is to plug into some technology or some innovation that works hand in hand with what you are doing, right? Green innovators, we need to learn how to work together. Look at fintech space. You see fintech companies coming together to, build a platform that helps to do this, that helps to transfer money from here to here, and it has been working for them, right? So look for a product or a services that complement your own products or services, work together with their own technology to come to help with your own, right? Let's say you are turning a palm tree into mat. Now, you're not necessarily using technology, right? But you can, use a form of technology that can either help you to either promote it or make it more durable, make it more stretchy, right? All you need to do is to, invest in research and development. If you are not ready to go into research and development, I'm not sure climate space is for you because, like I said, not a lot models are available for us because we are in an emerging economy, an emerging sector. Not a lot of people have done so much in the space for you to, to go back on, to rely on. So you have
نعم
to spend a lot of time on researching, a lot of time
نعم
on development. Please, you can mute yourself if you are talking, right? So it's very important that you make so much research and put so much effort into research and development. You will not probably be so much successful in this space if you're not ready to make so much research because it is those researches that will best innovation, that will best technology. Innovation and technology doesn't come out of nowhere. It's not something that you can just wake up and it will just come to you and whatever, or from the dream or whatever. Yes, you can have the idea, but what will make it or turn it into a real product or service is the innovation that comes with it, right? And how do you get those innovation is by research, right? Any technology that you see today, any innovation that you see today was vetted through researches, right? So I want to employ us, make researching and development your best friend in your journey, you know, to either combating, either adapting, either resilient to technology, to climate change. Make research your best friend. All right, I think I'm going to stop here and probably take a few questions. If you have questions, I don't know if you had us raised before, but if it's not raised before, you have questions. I think we have about 10 minutes or so for me to answer questions. All right, so you can raise your hand. I'll call you then. I will take your question. Thank you, everyone. So, do you have few people with questions? All right, I can see Paul Joseph from Adamawa. Do you have a question? Please, you can unmute and ask your question.
Okay, good morning once again, sir. My question here is that as you have embarked on this journey, climate accelerators, it is expected, yes, of course, to be innovative in a way that is such a way that will combat the threats posed by activities that are not favorable to the climate. Uh, what do we stand for as actors at the end of the day?
What do you stand? I did not get your question, please. Can you?
What I mean, after exhausting the schedules of this shall I say
Program.
process or the program, this program, when we reach to the level of the planting of the trees, and although let me not be that horrible, I think let me just reserve my questions for now. I think it should be asked in the future time. Sorry.
All right. So I was about saying that I think Janet and the organizers will probably tell you more about that. I'm talking about questions from the session I just had. All right. Ibuchim, do you have question or is the one raised from the previous one? Paul, you can mute yourself now. Ibuchim, are you there? Okay, I think I'll move to Newton. Newton, are you there? You have a question?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Please, I
Yes,
have
I
a
can hear
question.
you.
I can't raise my hand.
Okay, all right. Who is that? I don't know who is talking.
Yeah, it's a song in Michael or Michael is a song. I'm calling from Anambra State.
All right, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much for this opportunity that you've given me. I would say that this is not only for us to just go through it. This is very, very educative. So I really appreciate these sessions and thank you very much for your presentation. So straight to my question, I'm actually having difficulties in terms of getting to the people, as in, getting to them and then showing them how they are going to, in terms of, I'm talking about in terms of going to the world, sorry, going to the environment and then educating people on how this thing is. It demands a lot, it demands some kind of presentive kind of, let's say you present it in terms of symbols, present it in symbols and in pictures so that they can see how the impact of this thing is. So my point is, if at all I'm going to the impact, because now finances is actually the main issue, right? So for me to get through this. So now, can I actually get into the environment and just say this out and then this to them without having the pictorial form of it? Because looking at it, educating them is actually something that needs with the pictures. So, what can you say about this? What is your take? What are those rules? What are those things that I have to put in place so as for me to make sure that my going out to educate them is going to be effective? Thank you.
All right, again, like I said, you need to learn how to leverage on other people that have done this in the past. It's two things, right? Try and research on who have done this and how they did it, right? Then number two, you need to know that you cannot do this alone, and you need to, align yourself with different entities, different organizations, different companies, different NGOs, different government agencies that are in this space, right? You need to gather data to show what you do, right? And how you do it, the impact you've made so far, right? That's one thing I always tell people is that make sure what you are doing, you are capturing or you are keeping tab of traction so that you can put this traction together to raise funding for yourself, right? You can then turn this traction or your data you've collected, turn it to a proposal to have some money to, help with I know what you're talking about, like things like handbook, right? That has pictures that you can share with, people that are educated so they can understand it better, right?
Yes, that's
These are
what
some
I'm
of the
talking
things.
about.
Yes, I have a lot of people I have a lot of people that are doing what you're doing, right? And all you need to do, right, at this stage, you might not have so much money, and I get it, right? The little you are doing, if you have a phone, capture it, put it together, always get the data, get people, probably people that interview you, to do a short video of people you're educating, giving testimonies of how that has helped them and all, right? Put it together and form a proposal and start reaching out to as much people as you can to help, fund some of these things. Because the truth of the matter is that if you keep doing it yourself, you get to a point that you're going to get burnout and you get tired. Right? I've seen it happen over thousands of times. Right? You need to learn that
Yes.
this is not just you doing it, is a group thing. Look for people that have done it before, come together sometimes with group of people, right? Maybe, another person are doing this here, another people are doing it here. You people come together, put resources together, go and do it, right? You can form alliance, right? Invite some of these NGOs. Do so that I say research is your friend, right? Research NGOs that fund green education, that fund green awareness, right? Write to them, share your testimonies with them, testimonies of how you've been able to get so a number of people to know about climate change, what you've been able to do with the little resources you have, send it to them, right? Some of them will be positive, some will be negative, right? If you really want to do this, it's a passion thing, right? But one thing I can tell you is that if you start like that and you continue like that, I've seen it work a number of times. I know people that are making a lot of money, or people that have gotten a lot of money to educate more people. I know someone right now that is operating in about almost 15 states, right? Doing what you are doing, right? And who are the people that are funding in, the embassies, the NGOs, the organizations that are doing CSR and all those kind of things, right? So make sure you're getting the data, make sure you're getting traction, make sure you're getting impact, you're making, turn it together and put it together as a proposal and start sending it out. Again, synergize with a lot of people that have interest in what you're doing. Come together, put heads together, put resources together, do more together, and you'll be able to reach more people and you'll be able to have more things to report and use to raise more money. I think if you do some of those things, you'll be able to, break forth from what you're doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, thank you very much. It's really, really impactful. So I just wanted to help me with this one. Can you actually recommend at least 2 or 3 names, even if it's on LinkedIn, that I can actually get to, and then at least get an impact and see to it how I can equally learn from them as well?
You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Oluwatosin Ajide is quite direct. I can, maybe look for 1 or 2 people to, help that can help you or that have done it in the past. I think one question I saw was how technology and innovation can help flooding in Nigeria. Again, like I said, prediction and sensors is one major thing we can use, right? Sensor can help you to see some areas that have been exposed to or that are exposed to flooding, right? Apart from tree planting, right? You can then put in place some level of measures, right? The first thing is to even detect and know the areas that have been exposed to flooding. Then you can make preparations and also to see how you can use some of those sensors to know where and where, which areas and what, how the areas that the flooding will be coming from. Then you can use that to prepare. All right, I think my time is up. Jeanette, am I right?
Yes,
So,
of course.
I think I'll just leave you with this. It's very important that you know that you cannot move far, you cannot go wide without technology and innovation in the climate space. Whether you're an advocate, you're an activist, you're a media person, you're an innovator, whatever it is, you can't go far without technology and innovation, right? And for some of us, they are business person or innovators. They have ideas, they have prototype, right? Again, like I said, there's a competition that I lead here in Nigeria. The Climate Launchpad is a global competition. It happens in more than 60 countries around the world, right? Look for it, Climate Launchpad. I'll probably drop it in the chat box. You can look for it and apply. It has a lot of boot camps that can, help you out to turn your ideas to, innovation. And you can also search me on LinkedIn. I also drop my LinkedIn name on the chat box. Reach out to me. If I can make recommendation, then I can, push you through some of these things. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. Thank you so much, Janet, and the organizer, for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Oluwatosin. Please, can we appreciate our speaker by giving him a virtual applause? You can use the chat, you can use the reaction box. Let's give him a virtual round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you for your insightful presentation. Thank you for sharing such a wonderful expert in your field. And I'm sure that your passion has truly set the stage for what we really truly promise is going to be an inspiring program, an inspiring bootcamp, which just set the stage running. Now, because of our time, our second speaker is already available. She's on the building. She's in the building already, ready to take us on the second round of this bootcamp. So I'll be sharing a short profile with you. Her name is Esther Oluwatoyin, and she's an environmentalist, a climate change advocate, and a climate adaptation professional. with over 6 years of experience in education, strategic planning, and volunteering in non-profit sector. Please can we mute the microphone? Thank you. She's the founder of Eco-Diverse International, and she has dialogues with government leaders, school founders, the media, community leaders, and other key stakeholders for their support to have climate change education added to the school curriculum. That is very, very important. If we can have that, it will go a whole long way. Esther has organized various projects, including climate change educators workshop, plant 1,000 trees per year campaign, and various school projects that has directly impacted over 2,000 students on climate change and SDGs across Oyo, Lagos, and Ogun State. It's such a pleasure to have Oluwatoyin Esther Agaja, who will be taking us on designing sustainable climate focused initiative. Thank you so much, Oluwatoyin. Please kindly come up on the virtual stage, unmute your microphone and share and say hello. Please, if your mic is still on mute, it's wrong. Kindly mute your microphone so that everybody can enjoy what our second speaker has in stock. Please, you have the stage. We cannot hear you, please. Okpechi Emmanuel, please, can you mute your microphone, please? Can we have someone mute whoever is talking? Please mute your microphone. Ayenni Olusegun.
Okay.
Sorry, Esther, we cannot hear you. Please, we will love if you can try and adjust your headset. It might probably be the connection from the headset to the laptop.
Okay. All right. So can you hear me now?
Oh yes, we can hear you now. That's
okay.
Right.
So I think it's my headset connection. Thank you very much, Janet, for introduction, and for everyone. I would like the Infinix Note 11 person to mute, please, so we can have okay.
Please, if you can't have him mute, kindly remove this person, please.
Okay. So are you able to share my slide, please?
Yes, you can. You have been added as a host.
Yes, I would like my slide to be shared so I can focus on
you can go ahead, please. You can go ahead, please.
Okay, so well, thank you so much, everyone, for today, and really glad to be joining you on today's bootcamp. And I will be talking on designing sustainable climate-focused initiatives.
Thank you. Hello.
I'm coming, please. I'm trying to see my screen because it's not being shared yet. So trying to. Okay. So today we shall examine a range of climate-focused initiatives from various sectors, including renewable energy, conservation, sustainable agriculture, and community reliance. And each example, this distraction. Okay. So I'll keep going. Each example we'll be highlighting today would highlight different approaches to addressing climate change challenges and achieving long-term sustainability goals. I was opportune to join early, and I heard from the previous speakers, some of his keynotes, which is a good pointer to what we'll be discussing today. Today, my main work is on a case study, so we might be getting engaged in different activities. And Janet, I don't know if you've been informed that we might be pairing into groups or pair into different rooms for discussion, so that could be make available for me when it's time. So quickly, I will speak on the objective. And before I move forward, if you have any, maybe you can't hear me clearly, kindly just unmute and let me know so I can check on with that. The objective of this session is to explore real-world examples of sustainable climate-focused initiatives. Janet, please, are you able to share my screen so people can follow with it? Janet? Please, can you confirm if you can see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, okay, so I'm so sorry about that. I had requested for the host to share my screen because I'm not able to do the two at the same time earlier before now. So I would wait for them to share the screen, but then I'll continue because of my time. So firstly, as I've said, the objective of this session is to explore real-world examples of sustainable climate-focused initiatives. And then we're going to analyze key components and identify strategies for redesigning impactful projects to address climate change challenges. So I will dive right straight into the discussion. And then firstly, I would employ you to get, a pen and a jotter for you to jot something down, because I've included some important things for you to pick up from this presentation today. Let us highlight the importance of innovative solutions and sustainable practices in combating climate change. So innovative solutions and sustainable practices are not just advantages. They are not just important. They are nothing that we talk about, just coming together on a boot camp to talk about them. They are important for us to learn from, to address the complexity of climate change, to address the impact and the effect of climate change, especially those that is happening around us in our various communities. So why are we here today? And why are we learning about designing sustainable climate-focused initiatives? This is to address urgent needs. It is to promote resilience and adaptation. It is to foster economic growth and development. It is to protect public health. And it is also to preserve ecosystem and biodiversity. Now, from what I have just listed, yes, there's someone raising their hand.
Sorry, ma'am. We can't see
slide.
What?
I mean the slide. The slide is
yes. I shared my slide to the host on the email.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've told them to help me share the slide because ahead of my presentation.
Okay.
Janet, please, can you unmute to confirm this? I would like for my slide to be shared, please. I've sent it to the email ahead of now. I sent it yesterday.
Or they make you a good host. I think
No,
they make it.
Ma, you've already been made a co-host, so you should be able to.
When I share, it's showing like my device is not allowed. I've explained this through the email yesterday that I would like someone to share my slide for me while I present. Are you able to send an email so you can share the slide for me if I send it to your email now?
Ma, please try sharing it from your hand and see maybe we are going to be able to access it. We can see the slides now.
Yes, we can see your slide.
Yes, like I have my notes that I'm using, and can the host just, if I can quickly forward it to your email for you to share and be scrolling it, I can't do the two at the same time. I've made this known via email earlier.
Okay, I'll get someone to attend to that, please.
Yes, please.
Can you share it with JB?
Which email, please?
I think this. Can you use the same email that was used to send you?
Yes, I've sent my slide to it. If you can, like, can you confirm the same email where you got my bio? I sent the slide there yesterday, my PowerPoint and a case study on regenerative agriculture.
Okay, a minute, please. Please, can you go ahead? I will check that and I'm on it.
All right, thank you.
That's okay.
So I'm sorry everyone for that. So on innovative solutions and sustainable practices, I'm explaining the addressing urgent needs. So climate change presents like an urgent challenge for us, like from rising temperatures, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, sea level rise. I had the previous speaker talking about flooding. We have various issues that is affecting our water system, agriculture, and there is need for innovative solutions. Innovative solutions that would offer like a fresh perspective, like strategy for us to be able to confront these challenges. And then we can also talk about promoting resilience and adaptation. Climate change resilience, it requires adaptive strategies. Adaptive strategies in the sense that these are ideas, these are innovations, these are strategies that can withstand and respond to changing environmental conditions. So we have to embrace sustainable practices. We have to develop new ideas in your community, or we have to be able to build resilience against climate change impact. We have to safeguard livelihood and enhance the ability to adapt to future challenges. So when you hear about climate adaptation, that is it, promoting resilience, how to adapt to future changes of the effect of climate change that we have already experienced. While you have to mitigate these challenges, then adaptation is what comes after that. Contrary to popular belief, addressing climate change, it can also affect economic growth and development. So if there's the issue of maybe farmers, for example, being affected through the effect of climate change, there's going to be issues with your food. There's going to be increase in food hike. There's going to be in fact, insecurity sometimes is being linked to issues of climate change, like what is happening up north. So we also have the public health. Public health can also be affected by this, because when your water is being polluted, it can have effect, especially on children, waterborne diseases. And if your air is polluted, it can affect the lungs and lead to various diseases that affect human health. And these are linked to the effect of climate change. When we are talking about preserving our ecosystem and biodiversity as well, ecosystems play a vital, a critical role in regulating the earth and climate biodiversity, like having an unsustainable practices. You talk about deforestation in your previous with your previous speaker, and then habitat destruction, for example. These are some of our ecosystem. We have to develop initiatives, sustainable ideas, design sustainable practices on how we can preserve this. Those are threatening our ecosystem. Innovative approaches in this area can be nature-based, and then ecosystem restoration can help to conserve and restore this biodiversity, and also to preserve this value for we presently and also for the future generation. So before I move on to the case study that I have you been able to get my slide?
Yes, we got it, but partially.
What?
No, Ma, we've been unable to get it. We can't see it.
We got it partially.
Okay, do you want me to resend it to the email?
That would be better.
No. You know what? Just continue. I'm working on connecting my laptop so that I can have access to the slide, and I'll share it.
I've resent it now to the email because it will be good for the participants to follow up with the presentation.
Maybe you can do that for now, spending the time I set up my laptop.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I don't know. So that's the reason like that. So sorry, please.
I can't hear.
That's the reason why
Um, I can't hear the person that is speaking, but I don't know if I can continue.
Okay, I saw actually something popped up that shows that I have to check. So that's the reason why I say that my hand being raised, that I can't bring it down. Like I can't bring my hand down from the screen. So that is the reason why it's still up.
Yes.
So,
all right, that's
like,
all right.
Yes, I don't want to say anything anymore. Okay, I've already been clarified on what I wanted to verify.
All right, that's okay. I'm actually, like, my topic is basically on a case study, and participants actually need to follow up, and I really need the slide up, please. Janet, have you been able to get on your laptop? Hi, Janet. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm speaking on a topic that is a case study, and I need everyone to follow with what I'll be presenting. Janet, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. I already have the slide. I'm trying to connect my laptop to the Zoom meeting because I was using my phone.
Okay. I'm sorry, everyone. I would like us to have the slide on.
I'm so sorry. I'm almost done with it. I just need to be added as a host back because I left from my phone, which I was the host there.
Okay. I think I'm a host. Let me see if I can do that. So I should search for Janet, right? Yes,
Hello,
you are
Jim.
co-host.
We're
You are
co-hosts.
co-host now, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
should be able to share your screen now. So we should almost be there, right? Because the next on my presentation is a case study, and there's need for everyone to follow through on that so I can explain in details about it before we move to breakout room for activities on it. Janet, are you almost there?
Please, can you see my screen now?
No, I can't.
I am almost
All
trying
right,
to
sorry.
open it a little bit slow.
Okay, sorry everyone for that. I just need like the host and to be the one, changing the slide while I do the presentation. I'm not able to do the two at the same time. So since you have the slide, I think I should continue while you do that.
Yes.
Okay. So the case study I have, apologies once again everyone for that break. I've selected like a case study on sustainable agriculture and food system, community resilience and adaptation, urban greening and sustainable transportation, nature-based solution for climate resilience, and renewable energy transition. I have another document which I have sent also to the host via email. It is a case study on different projects, which I think that will be helpful for you. So if you would need that document, you could let us know maybe after my presentation so that it could be sent to you via email. I've sent it also to them. And today, although for the case study of today's session, I will base my analysis on sustainable agriculture, and then I will try as much as possible to explain in details how you can develop skills in this process. How you can use your initiatives, how you can develop a case study from your own initiatives to switch towards a sustainable adaptive measures in your own initiatives in your local communities. because aside from me from being an environmentalist and an advocate, I am a farmer myself. I am also in the sustainable agricultural line, and currently we have like over 20 acres farmland that we are working on in Ogun State, and the crops we are planting, we are also seeing, we are trying to develop or design a sustainable climate focused initiatives around this project. And then if you are also in the agricultural space and you are willing to work alongside us, you can reach out to me. I'm going to let you know my LinkedIn name and how we can connect after today. So I'm going to give a quick background information on the organization and the project behind the case study that I will be explaining to us today. I have a case study on agritourism and alternative pest control. And that is what I was waiting for on my slide. Okay.
Okay. Hello, Oluwatoyin. Please, can you confirm which of the documents you want to present? You want us to put up?
The one with the PPTX.
Is it a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, please. The PowerPoint, please. Okay. I think everyone needs the document now. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. We're going to the next one. And the next slide. The next one, please. And the next slide. Yeah. So here is the selected case study as I've mentioned. Let's move on to the next slide. Yes. So this is the case study we are going to be talking about today. So I just want to do the explanation because I have like a jot note I've done, and I really need to explain this case study to us because after that, you would also be developing a case study on another strategy, So this is basically on agritourism and alternative pest control. This Emilia journey, I have the document also, as I've mentioned, shared, so you can have it after now. And now, let me quickly go through Emilia's project. Emilia Blasi began her journey as an independent full-time farmer 4 years ago. Since then, she has transitioned her 6-hectare grape farm from conventional to regenerative management. Her farm welcomes tourists and customers and is part of a local cooperative. In addition to the vineyard, she has an olive orchard of 4.5 hectares and makes her own olive oil. So this is the case study we're going to be talking about. And then I have looked through her project. I read through her farm activities, and then I've developed like specific climate focus initiative implemented by Emilia. One of it is that Emilia uses a variety of regenerative practices, including a full-grown ground cover to protect the soil. I think we can move to the next slide. Yes. So in order to protect the soil, the compost that is being used on Emilia's farm is homemade. The use of cover crops to nourish a cash crop and manage pests and diseases the natural way. Emilia is engaged in tourism and marketing, all still linked to her farm. So she's one of the co-founders of a cooperative that is stakeholders engagement of 23 family businesses that has achieved designation as a recognized tourist area. She also gives tour of her farm and introduces tourists to the principles of regenerative farming. It is all part of our strategy to diversify our offering and position ourselves in the market. So looking at Emilia farm, just a grape farm, if you could look at the different initiatives, the different ideas, the different source of business that she has been able to bring out from a grape farm, this is the same way I want you to be able to look at your initiative. Like, what are the other links? What are the other things, the other ideas and strategies that I can link with this initiative that I am currently doing in line with the Sustainable Development Goals that can help you in your expansion, in your scaling, while you are also what? In the sustainable practices in through your initiative. So to break down the key components for achieving sustainability and climate impact goals using Emilia's case study, firstly, she has transitioned her 6-hectare family grape farm from conventional to regenerative management. What are you planning to do differently with your initiative? Or what are you currently doing differently in order to be, regenerative, to redesign the way you are already doing your initiative to suit a more sustainable way? Stakeholder engagement. Who are you involving in your ideas? Who are you involving in your project? They said she is part of a local cooperative. Are you engaging your local community? Are you engaging your community leaders? Are you bringing them together on what you are doing? Resource management. Yes, many of us who are in the advocacy field are, solely dependent on grants. And then we are saying, what are you doing differently? Like, Emilia has been able to include tourism and marketing. She makes her own compost, which means she can also sell it off to other farmers. Emilia has developed various strategies to implement regenerative management. And then there's a continuous monitoring, risk management, and improvement is currently ongoing in Emilia's farm. I know that a lot of us have an initiative, we have an idea, and then we jump on it. But even while you are on with your initiative, you should be expanding your horizon through other initiatives. What can you do more? How can you better your initiative? How can you expand your initiative that, will take you maybe not just within your community, to the local communities around you, to the state level, to the national level, and even internationally, for you to be able to connect with international world, for you to be able to speak on, on a global stage about your initiative, for you to be able to defend what you are doing. I have another case study that I'm going to run through, and I just named that XYZ, like I brought that up. And this one is on regenerative farming. So now here's an overview of this idea. XYZ Farm is a family-owned farm located in a rural area known for its agricultural heritage. They seek to transition towards more sustainable practices. The farm embarked on a regenerative farming project aimed at restoring soil health, conserving biodiversity, and enhancing food security. These farmers adopted regenerative farming practices, including minimal tillage, cover crop rotation, pest management, and also they have integrated agroforestry integration through planting of trees, perennial crops into the agricultural landscapes, which means that agroforestry not only diversify their farm income, but also enhance ecosystem services such as carbon sequestration, wildlife habitat provision, and erosion control. So what are the benefits of this? Soil health improvement, biodiversity conservation, food security enhancement, social and economic impacts through community engagement, economic viability, as I've explained before. So the idea behind XYZ Farm, it serves as a model of sustainable agriculture, like it demonstrates the potential for ecological, social, and economic benefits. So these are the triangles that you should work along with your initiative. Ecologically, how is this? What's the potential for it? Socially, economic benefit of your initiative as well, through the adoption of regenerative practices, so that your initiative can be able to fund itself without necessarily dependent on grants all year round. So it means that if you're able to get grant support for the first phase of your project, it should be able to run on the second phase, maybe through other initiatives that you have brought up. I would like you to unmute or raise your hand, like what are your insights and perspective on the case study? Like just a quick point of something you've picked from the two case studies that I've been able to list ahead above. So if there's any idea, like the insights and perspective on this case study, or any challenges that you think this maybe Emilia or the XYZ family farm is facing to implement a climate focused initiative, is there any idea? Is there any hand raised? So okay. So I also design like an exercise, if it's possible, to pair us into a room, or maybe we can just have people bringing up ideas like on this page rather than sharing us to a room. It depends on if that is convenient for the host to put up maybe in a 5-minute shared room. I want us to design like a sustainable climate focused initiative based on the case study that is on the next slide, and for you to include your creativity, innovation, and practicality in designing your solution. And the case study is on the city of Portland, which is based on green infrastructure and sustainable transportation. You know, the state of Portland is an example in this case study, renowned for its commitment to sustainability and urban livability. They have implemented a series of green infrastructure projects and sustainable transportation initiatives to address environmental challenges. And I have highlighted some points in this, like green roof and urban park. What benefit do you think this would have on that community? If we introduce bike and active transportation network, how can stakeholders be involved in this? So these are some of the ideas that if you are able to highlight this point, you could do the same, raise your initiative as a case study, develop an overview for it, like tell us the key initiative for your project, the effectiveness of it, you know, what is your project doing, what problem have you identified, what solution are you providing, and your why. Tell us why this is needed in your community, and let us know how effective it is for people around you, or to those that are, you know, mainly your target. Yes, that's the target or the focus of your organization. So if we can do that now, or we are paired into rooms so that everyone can come back maybe in 10 minutes for discussion on this, and then we can come back to this room. Oh, is that possible, or do we just have like an open call here for people to raise their hand or unmute?
I think it's better we just have an open call here because we don't have much time anymore.
Okay. So do we have anyone who is interested in, when you look at this overview, the initiatives they are bringing on is to provide green roofs and urban parks. They are providing bikes, lane, active transportation network. How do you think that stakeholders can get involved in this, and what is the effectiveness? If you're unable to unmute, you can also type your idea in the group chat so I can read that. I encourage us to participate in this because it would also help, you know, with your idea, with your initiative on how you can develop documents. Okay.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was able to unmute myself. I don't know if I just wanted to, like you said, participate in this. From the case study you on the screen, it's basically generating like a sustainable smart city, sort of. So I mean, if let's use do we use the case study of only Portland, Oregon, or we try to relate it with Nigeria since that is our focus point?
Yes, we can. It's just make your idea like on sustainable transportation and green infrastructure. I've just brought this up so we can have an idea of how to develop like a case study of an initiative.
Okay then. Thank you.
So I'm counting down on the time.
Please, I'd like to ask a question. The key initiatives, is it that you want us to tell you what problems these key initiatives solve?
Okay, so the city of Portland, for example, they've already identified the problem of unsustainable transportation, and now they've developed like a green roof and urban parks. They are presenting you initiative for bike lane and active transportation, and you are just someone who is going through this case study, and you are like, what is the benefit of this green roof? So that is what I want us to discuss. What do you think the benefit is if we have like a bike lane and active transportation network for this particular city? Do you think this idea is effective? Because if we present our proposal sometimes, or we send out application for grants and support to international organizations, these are some of the things they look at. How effective is this idea? Yes, Grace.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to make an attempt. I don't know if I got your question right, but if it's to list out the benefits of these key initiatives, I would say that for the green roofs and urban parks, the benefits would be that there are lots of trees that are planted, which would help in filtering the air in the environment, so they have a cleaner air to breathe in, a cleaner oxygen to take in. So there are trees that would also the trees would also help in preservation of some of the species, especially the birds that come to also inhabit the street or the community with the humans. So it has a lot of health benefits too. Then for the bikes and transportation would help in the reduction of emission of some of the carbons. There is greenhouse emission, to help in reduction of greenhouse emission. How can stakeholders be involved? Of course, for there to be bikes, it means there will be policies on how people should use the bikes lanes, and then act as active means of transportation. So stakeholders, the governments will be involved to enact policies. There will be the need for execution of such policies. So that's where the stakeholders would come in. So how you engage them is through having maybe open dialogues with them, maybe stakeholder forums to talk about the initiative you've come up with and the benefits. And then the effectiveness, how effective it is something that has to be measured over time. Maybe give it 3 months, you measure to see what is the difference between when it was not used and when it's being implemented. Then you will know how effective it is. But overall, I think it's a green idea that would lead to a sustainable future for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grace. Like that's just a good response. And I also have a comment in the group from Adenike that it would improve air quality, improve biodiversity in urban area. It would improve recreation as the long run and quality of life. Yes. Do we have maybe one more person that would like to? Abdullah.
Next.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Just like we have biophilic design, I believe that green roof also helps oxygen, just like biophilic design, because biophilic design has to do with building, like plans on houses, which is done by architects, people in agri departments and all that. So it's just exactly like biophilic design. So
okay,
yes, that's actually affordable, unlike solar energy. I would like everybody knows how much, like if you want to buy an inverter now, it's quite expensive. But I believe for green roof, it's something that is like affordable. You can always buy fertilizer, whatever it is you need. Like it's not so expensive. It's not, I don't even think it's expensive. But then, yes, that's about it. It's affordable.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution. I also have another contribution saying it's going to improve mental health, mental well-being by implementation of urban parks. Shegun.
Just to go
We
on
have
with
1 minute, 1 minute more on this
just to
discussion.
go on with what my colleagues say also. I mean, it could help in creating energy also. I mean, like the green roof, we could create renewable energy from that. And especially if you look at Nigeria now, the heat is too much. So it could help in temperature control in a building and all that also. So that just a few of that, because the others have mentioned practically everything else.
Yes, yes. So thank you everyone for your participation in that. Like my target was for 11:55, and here we are. So thank you so much. So I noted here that just as the first contributor has mentioned, it will serve as a natural coolant agent, reducing the urban heat island effects by absorbing and mitigating it. We are currently facing a lot of it in Nigeria, and I think that green roof and urban park is something that we should look into in order to be able to provide like a more sustainable solution to the current rise in temperature that we are facing. And it will also provide recreational opportunities, which would in turn, give like help positively for our mental well-being. I also noted here that stakeholders can be involved, by encouraging active transportation modes and reduce reliance on cars. That means they can invest in bike sharing programs, teaching people, because many of us, especially adults, do not even know how to ride a bike. So maybe, bike sharing programs, teaching people how to ride bikes and support sustainable transportation options by providing more bus where people do not have to own a car before they can commute within their local communities. And this is effective for, improving air quality, just as we have said, reducing traffic congestion. If we can have sustainable transportation, it would also enhance urban livability, for people who are living in a congested area like Lagos and other states that is congested. And then on that, so yes, thank you for the feedback. So we had 5 minutes for that, and I should wrap up now. I will just give a quick summary of innovative solutions and sustainable practices are indispensable tools in the fight against climate change. So you can't say you are solving the problem of climate change or solving the climate change issues without being innovative, being creative, having sustainable practices that would enable us to embrace sustainability. We can forge a path towards a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable future for everyone. And then in Emilia's project, for example, in the document I shared, she said that investing in quality will pay back in terms of land profitability. So relocalization of the market and trust gain within the network. So it's not just about what you are doing in your community, it's how you are doing it, how you are putting creativity and innovation into it. So also the City of Poland approach to green infrastructure and sustainable transportation has yielded remarkable results in mitigating the urban heat island effect, improving their air quality, reducing traffic congestion. And also, if as a country we can invest in green spaces, this would also help in amplifying the solutions that, activists and young people are providing in their immediate community. So let us continue to, create more sustainable, resilient, and vibrant environment for our community, for our own generation, and also for the future generations to come. So that will bring me to the end of my presentation. If you would have any question. Oh, thank you so much, everyone. I'm seeing more contribution from the group. Green roof, environmental impact, economic advantage to enhance property value. Yes. Energy saving and create peaceful natural spaces in urban areas. It would help in tackling or balance, yes, greenhouse gas effect, yes. It helped to reduce emissions by smoke, yes. Wow, thank you so much, everyone, for your contribution. Really appreciate that contribution. So is there any question before my time is up? Pius. Using solar tiles for rooming, yes, and also in adaptation practices like the kind of heat wave we're experiencing. I came across a case study while I was preparing my my slide, like people planting on the top of the roof, to reduce the heat wave. So they create like a farm on the top of the house that they are living, to cool down the temperature of their house. Adan say, your hand is up.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question. You asked us to ask questions. So it's actually two questions. The first question is, you're in Ogun State, right? So I don't know if there is a way, because I'm into climate change education, educating secondary school students on the effect of climate change, and also intersectioning climate change and gender equality. So I don't know if there is a way that we can work together. I'm in Ogun State, but towards Songwater.
Okay.
So I don't know if there is a way we can partner. Then the second question is the issue of people planting on the rooftops of their homes. Do they plant in soil bags, or they plant on the roof? Like, do they have like flower pots that they used to make the to plant and place it on top of their roofs, or they do the planting on the roof? Why I'm asking is because I know that plants cause weathering, and it can have an effect on the building itself if
Okay,
it's planted
so
directly.
yes. All right. Thank you. Sorry, I have to quickly answer that before I'm being cut off. Yeah, sure. There's room for partnership. My social media is Toyin Agaja on LinkedIn, and then Toyin Climate on Twitter and Instagram. So for that question, what I saw while preparing the slide, it captivated me. I was looking out for sustainable practices on different projects. What they did was they laid the top of the roof. I think with this, this bag that they use for open feed green, when you are doing irrigation, there's a particular bag that they use to cover the soil. So that was what they used to cover the roof. And then they have sand on it. And then they have, small bags where they did the planting. So I think the main idea is not to plant directly on the roof, but that the plant is sitting on the roof so that when the sun is coming, it absorbs the heat and it helps it to grow while also cooling the roof of the house. So I don't know if that answers your question. Janet, do I have the opportunity to take one more question?
Of course, because of how we delayed you, we can actually give you extra 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. What kind of plants can we plant that the roof will not be destructive? I would say we have to research about that. It's not a project I've done, but it's something that really captivated me because you saw people having like all this plastic, making them into like a vase and hanging them on roof side, on the side of their wall, and planting flowers on it. So you don't have to plant directly on your building, but maybe you could create like a mat where you can hang your flower vase and have your plant so it absorbs the sun while it's coming. But then you can research about that, and I'm happy to check in with that if you would get in touch with me. Is there anyone having question? How do green roofs and urban park enhance aesthetic appeal of urban landscape, and what benefit does this provide to the resident? Just as we've mentioned, a lot of benefits that we've talked about up there. So that's for urban landscape. And, there are a lot of, like those who are in agricultural field, for example, as I mentioned, I'm also like still growing in the space of this urban thing because like the acres that we have, for example, I don't just want us to have it plant and plant and plant. I want to see how we can have our plants, have cross cropping, have like a place where people can come relax, inhale fresh air away from the pollution that is happening in the city. And these are some of the things that can help us, health-wise, even our mental health and the like. So that I know. What indicators and metrics can be used to assess the performance and effectiveness of green infrastructure projects? For this metric, if we list out metrics and indicators, for example, it's going to also lead us to checking in how buildings are being placed, which is a problem in Nigeria where people just build on land space because someone is selling off, and then when there's erosion, it's passed through it. So we need to check that, is this house itself, this infrastructure, this building, is it in a proper place? And you might have seen news in Lagos where they have to clear off some houses because they are on road or water paths. And so these are some of the metrics to check if this infrastructure is rightly built, if it is where it is supposed to be, if that land can take up to like a 2-story or 3-story building, and also for us to have like a more shared apartments. But in Nigeria, everybody wants to have a big fenced area, in fact, for land that they are not using. So these are some of the things that we need to check up with infrastructure, that even if you have a lot of land space in your house, we could communicate to you for everyone at least to have one tree planted in their house. And this would also help us in increasing awareness so that people who have buildings can adopt this project. Like telling me, for example, that if I have a house, I have to plant one tree there. It means when you come into this particular community, you are walking through tree plants, and this helps us. Like it helps. I don't know if you walk through like a green path before. The air that it comes to you, the way it comes onto you, and you're able to relax yourself. So that can also help us. Yes, of course, there's need for us for continuous awareness in our community, and for us to also, talk about policies. Even with your initiative, you can look at how to develop policies around it, present it to your local government, to your state government, and saying, this is what I'm working on. How can we work together? And for someone, one of the participants that have asked question on, you're in climate education, for example, there's no way you would be in the climate space, like in educational space, that you would not have to work with the government. So you need to be able to identify the relevant agencies that are in line with the sustainable development goals that you focused on, and then you see how you can work together on that. I think that's that with all the questions. Someone has asked for my slide to be shared, so maybe Janet is able to share that with the participants after now. Yes, Khadijat.
Of course.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. For this sustainable transportation, you said, does that mean the transportation system does not make use of fuel or fuels for what? What do they use as their source of energy? Thank
you. What's the question? I had sustainable transportation, but I don't know what the question is.
You may, for the sustainable transportation you mentioned.
Yeah.
Does that mean the transportation system do not use fuels or fuels? What source of energy do they use?
Oh, okay. So for energy source, now we're talking about mitigating. So if we're reducing energy source, we have brought up bikes, for example. It means if I have to take bike, I might not need to drive at the same time. So the emissions from my car will not be adding to the emission. So I can take bike, and that is also like a mitigation approach to us reducing the number of cars that is being used. If the government increase policies on provision of public transport, where people can easily access public transport from the front of their homes, and they don't have to be in a particular city before they can use the bus. Sustainable, safe transportation, please. It's also going to reduce the number of cars that we have on the road, thereby reducing the amount of emissions that is being produced. And also there's now electric cars that is becoming increasingly aware now for people to use. So we have gas powered cars well and whole. So I think that would bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. Like, I love how this group are able to, engage in this discussion. And yes, I'm really glad about it. And sorry once again for the little break, and then I have to rush up with my presentation. I hope you've been able to maybe, get some understanding as regarding developing a case study, and you could as well do that for your initiative. Create a case study so that when someone asks you this type of question, you already know what to say because you've done it yourself. So thank you, everyone, and thank you so much, Janet. I'm sorry I had to put you on that hot. Yeah. So
Thank you so much. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Luatoyin. Thank you, Luatoyin. We really, really appreciate, despite the short minutes, you were able to give us great, insightful discussion on designing sustainable climate-focused initiative. Thank you so much. Your expertise and your passion for addressing climate challenges are truly inspiring, and we really appreciate you. We apologize for the glitch. The person that you sent the mail to wasn't me, and I got the slides a little bit late, so I was trying to switch on my laptop, and it really took a lot of our time. But I'm very, very sure that despite the little minutes that we had, everybody, even me as well, I was able to pick one or two things. Thank you so much. Your message remained impactful despite the technical hiccup. I'm very sure of that. Thank you so much, and do have a wonderful month. Happy New Month.
Happy New Month, everyone. Thank you very much.
So now back to us. Now, I know it's been a wonderful, insightful program so far, bootcamp so far, and I'm sure that from the first and the second speakers, you'll have a lot of things to learn about. But now we need to stretch a little bit before we bring in the third speaker. Let's stretch a little bit. I know if you've been standing, but please still remain on the call. You do not want to leave this call because the third speaker will be introduced very shortly, and you want to stand up, please. Let me see please switch on your video. Let's see, because we're going to be taking pictures as well. Okay, switch on your video. I can see Chizobam. I can see Paul Joseph. I can see Pius. Let's switch on our video. Let's stretch a little bit. Yes. Did I pronounce this well? Verum autumn. That's correct. Adanze Nzeako. You look so beautiful. Thank you, and I love your beautiful smile. Welcome, Okpechi. Welcome, Mustafa. Thank you. Thank you for staying so soon. So, Joseph Odeyemi, you're on transit. I'm sure you can hear and you've been able to participate so far. That's why you've been on transit. Welcome, Khadija. So, how do we stretch a little bit? Me, I've been stretching. I've been on my knees. I've been on my toes. I've been standing. So, let's stretch a little bit. If you want to grab a cup of tea or coffee or biscuit, because we have 2 more hours to go. It's a boot camp, and then there's a lot to learn today. So, you can quickly grab something that you want to munch on, and your paper and your pen. Make sure that your table is set for the third speaker to come in. Tosin Victor from Osun State. How's it been?
Yeah, it has been fun. What a wonderful session has it been.
Oh, yes, you can say that again. Oh, no, you don't want to leave this break because this break is just for 2 minutes. I just want to see our faces and take some group pictures. Can we say cheese? Cheese. I mean, I'm taking the pictures already. Say cheese. Okay, so I'm sure we'll be. Oh, cheese dobam. I hope you have your cup of tea and your biscuits with you. I love your hair because the top speaker is coming up on board now. And Eve already in the building. So without further ado, let me introduce our top speaker who will be talking about business plan and pitch deck. Business plan and pitch deck in person of Mr. Elias. Elias is a management consultant with a decade experience supporting businesses international organizations, national and regional government to create value and transform lives. He has a background in engineering and is an alum of Lagos Business School. Elias sits on the board of multiple companies in agriculture, in healthcare, and in technology. He is currently a partner at Trinergy Africa Growth Limited that manages a commodity-focused fund. With a virtual applause, let's welcome Elias Bakari to the virtual stage. Welcome, Mr. Elias. Please, can you unmute and let's see your face?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Elias. Nice to have you join us.
Good. Yeah, same here. Thank you very much. Well done, everyone. It's good to be here. And yeah, I'll be speaking on business planning and pitch deck development. Yeah. Okay. How's it so far, everyone? How's it going? I just heard that you've been on the call for a while. I joined some minutes ago, so forgive me. But I think it has been great so far. I also took some time to stretch because I've been on my decks all morning. Okay, so let's jump into it. I can share my screen. Let's see. Trying to find my presentation. This is my presentation. Okay, it's my presentation right here. I would just want to put in presentation mode. Okay. So what can you see on the screen? Is it the full stuff? Can someone confirm?
Yes, it's full.
Okay, great. So I like this image. I like this image because I'll get to just a bit about myself, but I like this image because it gives a sense of what planning actually should look like. Planning phase, everybody's important, right? Everybody's important. You cannot leave anyone out. You have to make sure that everybody's contributing to that planning process. And I'll talk about that later. Okay, so yeah, my name is Elias Bakari. Young guy, just ambitious to do a lot of big stuff. And I started supporting businesses since I think my third year in school, my third year in university. I studied computer engineering, by the way. But I just got a sense that if businesses have better support, better planning, understood what they were going into early, they would do better and do more. I think back then too, there were these statistics that 2 or 3 in every business in Nigeria. The interesting thing is that today that stat has not changed, right? And so if you're starting a business, the sad part is that, and this is just reality, is that the likelihood that it's going to fail is about 70%. And so the big question to ask is that what then to make you stand out? What then ensure that you don't fail? What then twist the odds for you than against you, right? And make you excel in your business. And that's where planning is very important. And why planning is interesting is because you need to plan. You need to plan. You need to plan even before you think you need to plan. So it's very critical. It's something that must come first. So it's very important. Okay. So yeah, I've been doing this for a very long time. I mean, if 10 years is a long time, it's a long time. I've been doing it for a very long time. And what I'll be sharing today, I hope I'm audible, please.
Yes.
Am I audible? Okay, great. What I'll be sharing today will be things I've learned myself. I have planned businesses, I've also started businesses. Some have failed, right? And some are doing fantastically well. And I think what I'll be sharing are the things that I learned personally, that you may not hear anywhere, you may not see on your chat GPT and whatnot. And I think it's just important that I just say that because the truth is AI can do a lot for us today. So it's important that I just mention that. So the outline today, I'll go through why do we need a business plan? What does the business plan entail? How do we develop a business plan? What are the tips, developing a compelling business plan? And then also I'll do a quick recap, and that will just be me voicing about what I've said earlier on. And then, I will also touch on deck build, pretty much a summary. So I'll run through that, and then I'll take questions. Okay, so let's dive into it. So why do we need a business plan? For a number of reasons, right? You want to have clarity on your business vision and objective. You want to know exactly why you're doing what you're doing, because at the core of every business, there needs to be a why. There needs to be and it's okay if that reason is purely profit. It's fine. But the reason why it's important is because the moment you identify that you are in that business for profit, then you understand what drives you, right? The sad part is that when you're in for just profit, you will not build a very healthy culture in your workplace, right? Because it means that, see, the most important thing is profit, not people, right? Or not processes, just profit. As long as we're making money, we're fine. Also, you will not have an ethical culture, right? That's culture of doing what is right, knowing what is right and doing what is right. You won't have it because you set your objective as what? As profit. So it's important that you first set, why are we doing what we're doing? Is it to enrich lives? Is it to improve livelihoods? Is it to, make the world a better place? Is it to improve the environment? Critical. You must first understand the why, because your culture, you know what they call what culture? This place is toxic and all that. It starts from identifying what the why is, because at every time you're making a decision, you are checking it against the why you set for the business, and it makes a lot of sense that you are able to, at the early stage, clearly articulate what that why is, right? And then you also want to set clear objectives, right? To say, okay, in the next 5 years, where are we going to be? Next 1 year, where are we going to be? And you want to describe that where, in a very, very articulate manner. I mean, probably using like what's it called? Your smart goals tools, right? Specific, measurable, what's called again? Time bound. That framework. It helps you to put your objective in measurable perspective, right? So it's not just vague. It's not something that that we cannot really like say exactly. We can't really define it. Yeah, exactly. It's really definition, right? So this goes into be definitive, right? The vision is the big picture, right? Saying that, man, I want to be the largest climate education agency on the continent. So that's a vision, right? And then you can step that down with having a mission on how you intend to actualize that vision, right? You can have that when you're setting that clarity in defining your why, your purpose, and then setting the business direction and goals. So to sort of breaking that down, very clear. This is where we're going to face. Those first two components go hand in hand, and then another reason why you need a business plan is because you want to attract funding. And this one is very common. A lot of people really understand business planning because they want to attract funding. Now, what you need to understand is that whatever your I'm getting feedback somewhere. Not sure. Okay, thanks. Yes. So whatever your decision is on why you need a business plan, right? You need to be clear on it. Now, sometimes it could be because you want to understand how to allocate resources, and that's also fine. right? And sometimes just to understand how to manage risk and uncertainty, right? And that's fantastic as well. And we'll come to all of this. And sometimes purely because you want to actually monitor your business and evaluate progress, right? And that's critical. And sometimes it's for communicating with stakeholders, right? It could be because you need to communicate with investors, with your shareholders. That is fantastic, because what you're then doing is that because your business plan actually articulates your direction, your goals, your strategies, you want to be able to share all of that with your shareholders or broader stakeholders in a way that they can understand and also join you on that journey, right? So this many reasons. Now, the reason why I have those two components in green is because those are external reasons, right? Communicating with shareholders and attracting funding. You see the other ones in blue, they are internal, right? They are for your use. They are for you. You getting clarity on your business, you setting direction and goals for your business, guidance on resource allocation, right? And implementing of your strategies is internal. Managing risks is internal, and also monitoring and evaluating your progress is internal. I hope that is clear, right? Then let's look at okay. So what kind of business plans do we have? I know people don't like to segregate it like this, but I think there may be some value here, right? Typically you have a startup business plan, meaning that it's a new business, it's starting up, and you're trying to figure out a number of things, right? Direction, those things mentioned on the first page, and even early funding, right? You may need a business plan. You may want to raise some capital at the initial stage, even before you have a prototype or a working model, and you just think, oh, you need some money to get things moving. And when you think of running a business like that, you're looking at raising money. The first thing you're going to look at is family and friends, right? So family and friends, you talk to your guy that you think has money. Hey, big uncle, this is what I'm coming up with. Uncle is like, okay, I want to see that idea. I want to understand what the vision is. I want to, you just not go trade money on some idea, right? So for that alone, you need a business plan, right? And it's early investment in the business plan, and if it's even just for such early phase discussion with partners and whatnot, you might need a business plan. So that is startup business plan, right? Now it could be an internal business plan, meaning that it's not for raising money. We're not talking to anybody. Just we ourselves. Let's understand what we're doing, right? You have multiple partners. You want to align on strategy. You want to make sure that everybody on the same page. Fantastic. That's an internal business plan, right? You may then need a business plan that is focused on the core operations, right? So you want to really understand, how this is going to work. That's the purpose here, right? How it's going to work. And so what you then find when you're developing that kind of business plan is that the business plan will focus on the operational part of the plan than any other part, because that's really where you want to really dissect and demystify things that are not very clear. So that's an operational plan. It could be a growth plan. So it could be a plan where you're looking at expansion. You want to move into new markets. You want to understand exactly how that is going to work, how you're going to enter a new market, right? Just to give some sense, to give some scenarios there. So for instance, you're trying to enter you're trying to enter your business into a new state, for instance, or Nigeria does not allow us to use state as an example because our laws, very few laws are state applicable. We mostly have federal laws binding across. But let's use country. So clearly, the country have different laws, right? So you want to extend your business to a new market, in a new country. You need to understand the laws that govern that country, right? That pertain to rest, in fact, starting from resting a business in that country, right? How does tax apply? Just different regulatory requirements. You need to understand that. You need to understand, what is pricing like in that country, what's competition like in that country. You need to understand that environment. What's the business environment like? How are the interest rates like? Is it easy to get money from the bank? Is it difficult? What's the FX situation like? Nigeria is a very typical case of places where you can lose money overnight just because of FX differences, right? So you want to understand that how it applies in other countries. right? Because there are even countries that that are worse than Nigeria when it comes to the FX situation, right? So imagine you're going from Nigeria to that kind of country. That's a problem. So you need to, just understand, because sometimes, and I think I would just say that now, please, as I'm talking, I'll be chipping in some very important points. If you can write it down, fantastic. Sometimes it's not every time that your business plan is meant to be, so it's not every time your business plan is meant to be a tool that takes you forward. Sometimes it's meant to be a business plan, it's meant to be a project that when you're done with it, you're like, you know what, this business needs to stop here, which is very fine. Very fine. Don't struggle with it, right? Because you see, one of the most valuable things we have in this life is time. So you have time to do something else and tweak the plan or pivot the plan to something better. Than saying no, it must work, it must work, it must work, it must work. You understand? Time is very critical. The time I used to do it must work, you could have come up with a new idea and that would actually make sense. Okay, so that's just something I wanted to chip in. And then you have strategic business plan, which is actually a business plan that looks into the future. When you're strategic, it's long-term planning, right? So it looks into the future, not just short, future planning, right? That's what you mostly find in strategic business plan. So it has a lot of mechanisms that try and help you forecast what that will look like on the long run. And then feasibility study, which I think is I put in that orange, just to tell you that it's not exactly a business plan, but it's also a business plan. What a feasibility study does is to tell you if a project is viable or not. You see that not, people used to ignore it and just say, let's do feasibility study and then move forward. That's not the language. A feasibility study is meant to help you assess different components and mechanisms that should make the business work. Now, the study will also come back with a report saying that, this is what we have found, though, but man, what we found is not smiling, so we can't move forward. And how does it do that? It's going to check the market, it's going to check the industry, it's going to check, the location where you're planning to situate this business, if it's location-based, right? It's going to check the factors that are meant to enable success, right? It's going to check competition, how many people in the market, it's going to see if it's saturated, it's going to check many things, across the board. It's going to check even the market, your target audience you're focusing on, and see if there's a market there. Some people are targeting a market that is saturated or a market that's not in existence, right? Or a market they think is there or is not there. So again, I will sort of touch on those things when I proceed. So it's going to touch on all those things and come back to you and say, this is feasible or not feasible. Please, the most important thing to understand is that a feasibility study must give you a go or no go decision, right? So it's not always a go, and you must be comfortable with a no go, because you find that people tend to move into developing feasibility studies and just expect that, once we're done with it, we'll move forward. No, that's not the way it works. You're done with the feasibility, you have to first understand that it is meant to give you a direction, or not a direction, it's like a Boolean function in computing, meaning is there yes or no? When it's no, please rest. I'm saying this because a lot of people have wasted money because they've not learned to rest. When the analysis says rest, they just keep at it. It's good to be resilient, but nowhere where resilience applies, right? I know that. Let me keep it like that. So these are the business plans we can have, and let me just move straight into the real development. Okay, so what does a business plan entail? I'll spend a lot of time here, but this will be setting what a business plan is. The good thing is that I'm meant to cover business planning and pitch deck development, right? A pitch deck is an extra for a business plan. So I'll spend time here, a lot of time, and then when I get to pitch deck, I'll just show what the outline looks like, touch on some few points, give some pointers, and I think from there, share some tips. And I think we should be good to round up. Okay? So executive summary is the first section of a business plan. Of course, business plan document, you have your front page, just cover page. Yeah, that's formatting purpose. But the first concrete section of a business plan is the executive summary. And guess what? It is the last section you're going to develop. Once you are developing it first, there's a problem, because it's meant to summarize the entire work you have done in a very thematic format, right? So business overview, the market, sales and marketing, then your financial summary, and you can put the charts, maybe your your progression for the next 3 or 5 years, summary of a financial summary anyways, or a financial model. And then, that basically is what it is. And I would explain why the executive summary is extremely important. Especially for those that looking at this for fundraising. Most funders, so I have an interesting profile, right? I have worked as a consultant for a long time. I've also worked on the funding side, worked on funded international funded projects. So I've acted as a funder for a while as well, and today I'm also managing a fund. And what I've found is that, yes, when I see a business plan, it's important to digest. But we now have that time. And so there's some critical areas I want to look at, and I'll explain to you how it works. The most important thing I want to see in a business plan, right, is what's the business about? Let me see if it even fall within the what's it called now? The criteria of the businesses who have appetite in funding, right, or our target sectors. After looking at what this is about, maybe the country, just for sentiment, but nothing more, I will still proceed. And then you come to the business environment, right? Just to get a sense. Oh, what's the industry like? What's the environment like? What's the industry like at the same time, right? You want to understand, okay, this industry is very large. There's room for growth. There's room for, maybe it's a 1.3 trillion dollar market. I'm like, oh, really? So maybe there's space for this business to actually play, right? There's that. And then I want to see the marketing strategies, right? That to accomplish all the numbers they say they will accomplish, because they're going to do a financial model, right? They will project. And so I want to see how they want to make that money. They've made mouths. In the first year, 28 million. The second year, 50. Some people can even jump on 20 to 150. No problem. Jump. I want to understand how you will jump. What will make you, what is that? What are you banking on to jump? Which is your sales and marketing that really drives revenue, right? And that's on that side. And when I see all of that, and then see I see your summary, financial summary. I see you are going to make this in this year. This is the ROI. Of course, if I then have some appetite, I would then go into the document to expand on, how exactly would they manage the risks that will come? What are the risks they envisage? How would they manage it? Oh, okay. These are the good manage it. Okay, fine. They also say in the structure that they're going to partner with 1 or 2 people. What's the partnership strategy? What's the alliance strategy or the alliance management strategy? Right? I will look at that because I then begin to tie it one by one. Do you understand where my thought process is going? And then I've seen how they're going to partner with this delivery company. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I would then look at let me look at the numbers. I've seen risks. I mean, risk is a very important part. So I want to understand the risk because the risk can tell me if that those risks are like surmountable or not, right? And how do they intend to mitigate them? So if I see there are major risks, I want to understand how are they analyzing those risks, right? And I'll go to that when I get to that section, and I'll look at all of that and I'll be like, oh, okay, this makes sense. Look like something that we can put money in, right? And pretty much that's how it works thought-wise. And then you finally look at the numbers properly. You look at the financial the statements to be sure of cash flow. Are they net positive throughout the period of forecast? Look at some ratios just to be sure that they be healthy through the years. Where are the risks in terms of cash flow management, which is very important, because one important rule is that your business can never run out of money. That's the fundamental rule. Once I see that there's likelihood that it's going to run out of money, and then I'm concerned if I see how much they're trying to raise, I'm looking at it that despite that raise, they still won't be able to meet up with that cash flow requirement. And I look at subsequent years, and it's just not look at something that additional cash can actually play a role. Then you understand what that means. Your thoughts are close to mine. So yeah, so that's how that works from a thought process perspective. And like I said, executive summary is the last thing you develop. So let's go to business description. People call it business overview, general overview. No, it's mostly the same, right? The most important thing is that I must capture these things. Now, again, you can have your business plan outlined in different ways. The most important thing again is that these sections are captured, right? And I'll debate a bit. There was a time that I wrote a business plan for a very a growing company. Then today they're very big. I mean, a lot of people I know them because they raised some money recently. So I had this client I did a business plan for, and it was essentially, I think it was hospitality space, right? Yes. As I started to engage the client, I realized that what she needed was not a business plan per se. She needed more of something that would help her to just focus on marketing, right? And so one thing I found, and this I'm just debating quickly, is that for small businesses you're starting, you need to understand what you need. And this comes under the internal business plan type of document, right? You understand what you need and focus on it. Yes, you need to have your goal set, but sometimes what you need critically is to establish your sales and marketing plan. And you need to focus on that, right? And make sure you build it out and build it out well, right? If what you critically need is I think every business needs to have clear projections of where they're going, right? So in short, what I'm saying is that there's an allowance for you to actually focus on components of a business plan and don't develop it and run with it, right? Just because it helps you, they're not having anything at all, right? If I ask today, let me try and get a sense of the room quickly. So if you have a running business, can I see some waving of hand or something just signify? Let me try and see if I can get my grade. My grade is so small, it's not even expanding, so I can't even see the entire room. Okay, so anybody raising their hands? I guess not. Trying to see if you can just signify. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yes,
Are we following? I think I've been talking to myself since morning.
No, we are following.
We are with you, sir.
Okay, great. Is there anybody with a business in the house? I'll just signify. You can just say I. I think I will add that easily.
Hi.
Oh, great. Do you have a business plan? Yet. It's okay. It doesn't have to be yes or no. Do you have a business plan yet?
I once had.
You once had. Okay, fantastic. Awesome. I like the efforts, well done. Okay, good. So yes, the good thing is that it's the live document, so it's something that you should always update as you go because things change. FX rate last year is not the same this year, so things change. Okay, so coming back to business description. So basically about the business. Describing the business. This business is a fashion business, taking into cognizance maybe it's sustainable fashion or whatnot, it's a climate focused business, it can be, of course it can be anything, right? I know there's a deep focus on climate on this conversation, right? So whatever your business is, you're just going to define what that business is and also tell us if you are situated in a particular location, the year you are registered, right? And then you want to have a section that talks about the promoter, very important, right? Who is the key promoter? If there are 2-3 people, fine, and just sort of give a brief bio profile of these promoters, right? And then strategic objective. Remember, I used the word strategic last time. I said it means long term. So this is long-term objective, right? So you want to say in the next 5 years, what do you want to achieve, right? And because climate is a sustainable subject, right? So what you really want to do is to also have impact in client objectives, right? If you are going to what's the word now? CO2 emission saving, right? Reduction in CO2 emission. You want to put numbers to that. Say, our initiative is going to curb CO2 emission by X, put numbers to it. Or if there are impact numbers, it must be included in your strategic objective. Very important for climate-related enterprises, if that makes sense. Okay, and then your products and services is basically what you're offering. So some people just call it your offerings, right? It could be product or services. It's one of those two. It's not outside those two. So you want to define that as well. If that's the packaging, put the packaging, put a picture. Always, please, always understand that this document must not be boring, right? So put pictures. Let's see. Let people's imagination run wild. Like, oh, this is interesting. This is nice. This is good. Put pictures, right? USP is the unique selling proposition or unique selling point, right? So what that really means is that what makes that product or service stand out? What's the compelling factor? What is that factor that gives it that advantage, that makes it that makes it different from your similar competition, right? You want to also include that, and it's good to have one, right? Some businesses do not have. Some do not have from a product service perspective. They have from a market perspective. What do I mean? For instance, you could be the first person in the market. That's also like a unique selling point. Do you understand my point? Yes, do you understand my point? All right. Okay. Yeah, competitive advantage. Competitive advantage really speaks to what makes it better than the competition. So all of that will go into business description, right? And then where it gets interesting, I like analysis, right? So we're now going to the business environment, the industry, and the market analysis. And there are 3 different analyses that I just dumped into one, right? When I write business plans, I usually put the business environment first as a different section. Why? You say why? See, the business environment is the space where you're operating. If that space is problematic, most likely the business will have problems. So let's separate it first from understanding whether the business is viable or not. Do you understand? And there are 3 different things there. There's the business environment that talks about maybe access to capital, that's interest rates. I'll talk about, FX as well, right? FX rate that determine, your learning cost or, it's a lot around cost exposure when you're dealing with imports and whatnot. You still have inflation that affects purchasing power. We are all in this country, I suppose. I've seen Jigawa, I've seen a number of countries here. States rather. I've seen a number of states here. Kano, Adamawa. My assumption that this thing spread across the country. Okay. When you have high inflation, automatically the money you have with you cannot buy much anymore. Inflation is the easiest thing to teach in Nigeria today because everybody understands it. True or false? Yeah, true. Everybody understands. Yeah, it has. It's not something that's easy to teach. And you see, you have to monitor these things because if you're offering a product that you're going to sell to people, right, and they don't have the ability to buy, even if you do all the marketing, you will still have problems, with converting customers or acquiring customers. And so what would then happen is that your cost of acquiring the customer will increase. And what that mean? It means your cost will increase. And the standard way of calculating profit is revenue minus expense equals to profit, right? That's the standard way. So if your expenses continue to increase, your profit will reduce. And you see why the business environment is extremely important. Also, unemployment rates. Hey, God, people are not employed. What does it mean? There are people that can afford as well. It come back to what? To purchasing power, right? So very important. So you want to analyze that, understand what impact would these different indicators have on your business. Now, let me open our minds a bit. There are some businesses that some of these indicators might not apply. Or you can actually then build a strategy that would actually guide you away from it. For instance, if I realize that it's expensive to raise money, interest rates, that applies to what kind of funding? It's loan, debt, right? You can then tell me that was what that tells me that with these high interest rates, that would mean that debt from banks will be expensive, can I then just focus on raising equity and grants? Again, climate. I'm sure that on this call, we should know that climate has some of the largest numbers of grants currently in the world, right? So the grant opportunities available for climate-related businesses is enormous, enormous. There's a part by consulting that supports grant development and whatnot, and I can tell you that the enormous grants you have in climate is something else. And so when you're building your business, and you realize that it's expensive to get capital because interest rate is high, right? You can then begin to build a business that can say, okay, we're going to raise the money when you are going to raise it in grant and in equity. Makes sense. And so you are shielding yourself away from what? From high interest. Interest, I think the interest today from the last MPC meeting was it 24.5% or so. And what that means is that the effective lending rate between commercial banks to businesses will be higher, right? Plus, I think the CRR from CBN, that's the cash reserve ratio, which says what that basically means that what percentage of the total deposit the banks have with them should they keep with CBN is now 45%. And that's been growing, through the years, right? And what that means that the bank have smaller capital now to give out as loans. So what do you think will happen? There's now a lot of competition for the small money they have. So there's competition for the small money they have. Interest rate is higher. It means that they would set the interest rate at a premium that will pay them and lend out to, first of all, those that have the credibility of paying back, which are most likely the large businesses, right? The Dangotes and co, they have the credibility of paying back because they're in business, and all of that. So what does it mean for a small business? It will be tough to raise debt from a bank. Not just tough in terms of, the process, or the approval, but also in terms of even the interest rate. It's going to be expensive. So for a business, you should not be thinking that, how then do I raise capital, right? So I'm trying to make you understand how we sort of look at these indicators. Okay, let's go to industry. Let me not stop there. These are just indicators. There's another analysis you do here, which I think I put it in but it's called pest analysis. Can you still hear me? Checking my internet connection quickly.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So jumping to industry analysis. Business plan is a very thorough process. So just in case it's sounding boring, it's not. It can be boring, but it's tough work. It's work some of us do every day or every other day to make sure that business survive. But it's important as analysis. There's the easy part that you can just wave over and be like, yeah, I like this part, and that's strategy. When we get there, everybody will be smiling. But industry analysis is now the industry you're playing in. So industry could vary. If it's agric, it could be the cassava industry, for instance, right? It could be soya industry, for instance. I know industries, they usually have a chain of value. I call value chain. So for the point that value is created from it, that is seed down to when it's consumed on the plate, right? That's the end-to-end chain. With that chain, you can then have, maybe your research institutes or inputs. You have the inputs, you have production, you have logistics, you have warehousing, you have storage, all of that. Warehousing and storage, same thing. But storage, and then you have processing, then you have sales and distribution in markets. All of that is, so that chain end to end is what we call that chain of, that's the value chain for the entire industry, right? For that industry. Now, you need to understand that industry end to end. First, a good way to understand where you are in that industry is where are you playing in? Because you could be you could be a farmer in production, right? So that means you're actually in production. And that begins to help you understand the people you are actually competing with in quote, or just even the different factors that would apply to you, right? Who are the other people that are also in production, right? You also want to understand the growth drivers of the industry. Most times, now this is almost a rule of thumb, almost. I say that because there are some situations that population is a key driver for most industries. And you can start picking it because when population increase, consumption will increase. And for most industries, I'm saying most because I don't use the word all. My mind is telling me that there will be some exceptions. For most industries, population is a key driver. And so rate of population growth now will become a factor to consider. So how fast is population growing? But let's narrow it down. Now, if you are someone that were targeting age brackets, I mean people in within age bracket of say 14 to 35. In Nigeria, that population should be around 65 to 70%. Now, listen to my analysis. I will go a little bit second layer. Now, if you're now monitoring how that range of people in that group, how that people in that group, how they're growing over the years. Now, I've taken away from just wide population. I'm looking at my target audience, that range, right? I'm saying that last year, how many were they? Okay, Nigeria, they were 70 million. This year, that's 67. Now, notice something. That range is reducing, right? If you look at it over the years, if it has been reducing, that is where you understand what the trend is. Do you understand my point? Because it's reducing, you can then understand that it's not just a matter of, oh, today there are 70 million, they're the largest in the country. Yes, they're the largest. For instance, I'm assuming 70 is the largest. Let's assume the population is 100 million. So 70 is 70%, right? Yes, they are the largest. But it's reducing. What does it tell you if you are doing long-term planning? It means that you can't focus on just that market because it's a reducing market. It's declining. I don't know if that makes sense. And so you want to go beyond just looking at population. There are plenty. 220 million people. Another way to look at it again is, okay, 220 million people in Nigeria. You have a product. The price point indicates that only the working class can buy it. Working class are 35 or 50 million people. Let's say 50 million. Out of 220, that's about maybe 25%. Now, instantly, your market has first reduced from 270 to 50, just by identifying the fact that majorly working class can buy it. And don't forget that the fact that 50 million doesn't mean that all of them will buy it, right? So you now begin to analyze that market critically. What other factor can apply? When you apply that factor, how many will be left? Till you now understand what the addressable market size is. And these are very practical analysis, right? That I used to drill down on different elements. I'm not trying to break this down. So that you can understand that it's not just a case of market size, it's population, it's the other factors. I was saying other factors that can also drive this. One key, of course, for climate-related business, right? One key factor is also climate change as a trend. So you can begin to look at trends within the climate space, right? That are either declining or increasing. For instance, CO2 emission is one easy one to keep track of, right? Always learn when you're looking at these indicators. Always learn to look at the trend, right? The growth drivers, rather, the growth drivers, but the indicators too. Always learn to look at the trend. So you must pick it like 5 years. One standard is that to establish trend, you need 3 data points. Very important. If we don't take anything away from this, okay, not just this, but it's just one of those tips. You need 3 data points to establish trend. So you can't just say last year data was this. You must establish it with 3 consecutive years, preferably the most recent. Or to say, oh, in 2021, 2022, 2023, these were the data, and this was direction was facing. And then you can then assume that, oh, what was the growth rate across those years? and apply that growth rate to the last year, with 2023, to determine what 2024 will be, and even do it again for the next 2 years. It's okay, right? Awesome. So, and then you want to look at key challenges, because any challenge that affects the industry will affect you too. Yeah, there's no installation to that. So you must understand those challenges. You must be clear. Must be clear. There's some tools we use at the industry level to sort of demystify the industry analysis. One of them is the simple one we all know, SWOT analysis, right? SWOT is the most common tool in business planning or business strategy development. And it's a very, very important tool. You can use it in many ways. You can use it against, to compare players in an industry, a lot of ways, right? But in this case, you just want you to understand, oh, please forgive me, I just said it and moved on. SWOT is strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Strength, weakness, internal. Opportunity and threat, external, meaning that they don't affect the business. They're not influenced by the business, rather, right? But the strength and weakness, they are influenced by the business, right? So a threat will be FX, volatility in the FX market, government policy, tumbling government policy. Those ones you cannot control it. When it happens, and it affects you whether you like it or not, right? Weakness could be things like, low staff strength. Those ones that I don't know, I have more people. You can control it. You can say, our strength, our weakness is low staff strength. We need to increase our, or maybe capacity deficiency. You don't have a lawyer on the team, things like that, right? Those are weaknesses. Strength could then be, we have coverage across 45 that what 45 states Nigeria. Okay, let me reduce it. 35 states in Nigeria, right? And things like that. Those are strengths, or we have a strong team, expertise and things like that. Or you have money. Money is also strength, please. Money, you have strength. Or even access to capital. You may not have the money still with you, but the fact that you have access to it, it's a few calls away, and that's a big deal, because social capital is a very big deal. You have an uncle you can call and things will happen. That is a strength. You can just carve it as I want to put in a way that business like this, you call it I don't call it solid social capital, but sometimes social capital, right? Okay, so yeah, these are strengths. The market opportunities. These are people used to miss it. Market opportunities are trends, right? They are trends that, based on how they are going, you can profit you can leverage them. For instance, a growing population is a market opportunity, right? Increasing penetration of broadband internet is a market opportunity. Now, a market opportunity can also be a government policy that is in your favor, right? Because it's an opportunity and you don't have control over it. The same government policy can also be a threat. When, for instance, if your business will not profit from closing of the borders, right? That could be a threat, and yeah, you understand what I mean. So yeah, so I think that's pretty much covered there. Let me see if I'm missing anything out. Okay, yes. And then I can just touch on the market analysis. Okay, how am I doing with time, please, my moderators?
I sent you a message on your private box that if you can quickly round up in 3 minutes, because the next speaker is already around.
Okay. I would do that. I didn't have even overshot my time. Okay. And so you then have your market analysis. sort of analyze that looking at demographics and also the psychographics. Demographics basically where are they located, the income level, the occupation, the gender, the number of things to analyze them, right? Just to understand who exactly we're targeting it. And also psychography is basically call it the IOA analysis. So it's the interest, opinion, and attitude. You want to understand their interest, their opinions, and their attitudes. Okay. Just going quickly, and the business level strategy is where you then begin to develop, because after you've understood all of that, you then have enough to begin to build your strategies. We call it business level strategies, right? So your sales strategies, your marketing strategy, your operations and management strategy that will include your HR strategy, right? Your people strategy. Then growth strategy, how you intend to grow over the next few years. What are you going to do specifically that will help you grow across the years? Partnership strategy, I talked on it last time. Talk about how you intend to collaborate with other partners. I think that's big for climate-related businesses. Distribution strategy, if you are going to be distributing a product, it's critical that you understand how you go to distribute from state to state at different levels. Are you going to distributorship, whatnot. And then risk management, very critical. You need to understand how you're going to manage risk. And it's not just about understanding it. You need to factor it in from the beginning so that you can then incorporate your lessons from your risk management into your business strategy, right? And then your financial model. I think in simple terms, you're going to have a use of fund. The use of fund is basically the money you want to spend or you want to raise if you're facing an investor, and how you intend to use that money, how you intend to deploy it. Use it for marketing, how much go to marketing, how much go to personnel costs, to R&D, to whatnot. Basically that. And then your revenue model is how you're going to make money over the next number of years, the different income streams, and thus projecting that over the number of years. OPEX is basically your costs, so your expenses rather. Your salaries, your marketing budget, your marketing spend, if you have an office, your admin costs, consumables, all of that, goes into your OPEX. The financial statements are the standard financial statements. It doesn't get less than that. It's just what it is. You can take up a few free costs in line to at least understand how an income statement and cash flow work. Very simple, top, bottom, straightforward. It will help you to understand if you're going to have money or not over the years. That's for the cash flow. For the income statement, will tell you if you're profitable or not, right? And also make you get a sense of what your tax remittance will be like. And you need to, that, of course, would you check with the tax consultant to know if you need to pay tax or not based on your industry. Some industries have tax holidays for like 5 years. You need to understand if that applies to you, so you don't need to worry about tax. However, if you have a registered business, you need to always file your returns with CAC every year before mid-year, right? And then the last section will be your key milestones, basically telling you what you've achieved, when you achieve them, and what you're going to achieve coming, and when you're going to achieve them. So I'm rushing, I'm just trying to be fast. I like to very fast. So how to build a business plan? Quickly define your audience. Very important. Your audience determines the kind of business plan you're going to write. So make sure you understand your audience. Are they investors or just for internal use or for long-term planning? Understand your audience first before you go into building this. And then you do a lot of depth research, exhaustive one. Also ensure you get feedback from your not potential customer, but your ideal customer, that profile. Send them questionnaires, have questions built out that will help you understand them better so you can build the product well to suit them, right? And then you can collect data, analyze it, you spare SWOT. I mentioned those before, prototype forces. You can check this out, kind of time to go down on them or analyze them. And then analyze the target audience, of course, and conduct a thorough risk assessment, right? Talk about goal setting, vision, mission, core values. Very important. Core values is very critical because it helps you to align with your core business strategies, right? And then define your core strategy. This one, I would have gone into it, but long time. I might talk about it if I get time, but I'm not going to dive into it because it's a lot. And then important, set out your business plan outline and draft with simple and concise grammar. No big English, because they must understand that document, please. And then share your document for review with someone that you feel is capable enough to review it, right? You must have the expertise in business writing, and also have some business acumen so they can give appropriate feedback. Because if you send your business plan to the wrong person, you get the wrong feedback, and it can affect what you've written in case you've written the right thing in the first place. Okay. Uncommon tips quickly about this. Your business strategy should be developed after analyzing the risks and appropriate mitigation approaches. So you must understand the risks first, so that you have thorough strategies when you're developing them. Then understand what your success and failure factors are. and know when to quit. So your business plan must, and for knowing when to quit is basically like an exit strategy, right? But understand what success means. Because you must be able to see, when you see success, you'll be able to know, yes, we're going to the point of success. And also understand what failure means, so that you know that at this point, we need to stop here, right? Always develop your business plan to suit your audience demanding it. So basically much who is your audience and stuff, right? Then ensure your documents are well formatted, Word or presentation format. Use image, graphics, charts to properly communicate your ideas, thought to the reader. I think the last thing is, okay, so I said I was going to touch on this quickly. Pitch deck format, essentially this should work, right? Introduction, sometimes introduction can be like a catchy message, a quote, something that can get your audience attention, because you're trying to get their attention to actually take action. That's the most important part of this pitch deck, is for taking action, either to raise money or to get a partnership, is to take action, right? So it's an external document, it's shared for engagement with external parties to take action. Never forget that. So it must be well structured, catchy, and also it must have a very strong storytelling vibe. Every slide must connect to the next. It must tell a story, right? So traction there just speaks to what you've done in the past. Let's just see some data, what to be able to do. Product demo is optional. Like I said, if you have a demo there, it's fantastic. Marketing and sales is critical, because that want to tell them how you're going to make the money you're saying you're going to make. And then investment opportunity is basically saying how much you need, what's the opportunity here, what if I give you $100,000, how are you going to deploy it, how are you going to use it, what's going to come back from that $100,000. And also social impact is critical, because for climate change, especially, you have a lot of climate, a lot of social impact side of things. And so you need to just think about what that impact will look like and just incorporate that. And conclude, your conclusion should be your call to action. What do you want them to do? Say it, right? Say it there, be clear, be bold, ask for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Elias Bakari. We say a very big thank you to our speaker for skillfully facilitating the session on business plan and pitch deck. Thank you so much, sir. Your guidance has been invaluable in helping us navigate the complexities of entrepreneurship. And I'm sure your expertise and guidance have equipped us with essential tools for success in the business world. We've been able to pick a lot. I know so many people ask questions because of our time, and the second speaker is already here, and our time is so far spent. You can reach out to him. Maybe if you can quickly in a minute share his email address or his LinkedIn profile, where you can message him for, if that is comfortable by you, Mr. Elias. Is that okay? Hello?
That's fine. No worries.
Okay, please. Please, can you share your share maybe on the chat box? You can share your LinkedIn profile with them so that they can ask questions, because I can see a lot of questions here for you, but we do not have time to take that. Yeah. So let me remind you again, please. Everyone needs to submit their climate education report. Please make sure that you submit your climate education report. And I'm going to be sending you a pitch deck template so that you can use it to create your own individual pitch deck. I'm going to be putting it on the chat box now. Please make sure you get it. So I'm talking, this is to all fellows. The file, okay. I just sent the file now, please. The pitch deck guide. Use it to create your own, and it has to be submitted. Also, your climate education report, do not forget that. Thank you so much. So, in view of that, we'll welcome our last speaker for the final wrap of this bootcamp. It's been great. And let me say a very big thank you to the fellows that has been here since the beginning of this bootcamp. I'm sure you've had a lot to get and to grasp. Thank you so much. So for our final lap, that is going to be in person of Dr. Charles. Let me just go with Dr. Charles. I'm so sorry. I think he's the best person to pronounce his last name, so I don't massacre the name. Let me just go with Dr. Charles. So his profile quickly is a social social entrepreneur with combined working experience across 6 industries: agriculture, veterinary, medicine, technology, energy, research, and non-for-profit. His previous roles have explored business operation, networking partnership, talent management, account and finance, and clinical research. Dr. Charles has managed partnership and grant-based projects with critical organizations including USAID, FAO, and of course the UN, World Bank, Vida Germany, Afrimash Nigeria, and etc. Dr. Charles is the head of resource mobilization at the Muritala Muhammad Foundation, Lagos, and he also volunteers for organizations such as Faith Foundation, She Leads Africa, AIDEV. Following his passion for SDG advocacy, Charles founded the Mafube Collective, which is focused on academic, LinkedIn optimization, career and business advisory support for young professionals worldwide, with over 247 clients across 9 countries. Dr. Charles is an alumnus of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, University of Ibadan, Enterprise Development Center, Lagos, Tikedia Institute, and Columbia Business School, New York. It's such a pleasure to have you on board as we'll learn from you on grant and pitching masterclass. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles, for coming. Please, you have the mic now. Can you share your slide and you can start now, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Janet. Thank you as well, Adebayo, and other members of the Sustainable Development Network team as well. Thank you very much, everyone. It's been, please confirm if you can see my screen and if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can very clearly. Okay. We can see you, we can see your screen, and we can hear your voice, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, it's been. I think I was glad to join the the ending part of the last speakers class. I was able to get some parts. So I'll be sure not to also include those parts in my own presentation. But I think for the next couple of 30, 45 minutes or so, I will be talking about grants, pitching, and whatnot. I was able to review the concept notes for the program. It is very interesting as well. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe at a later stage, probably later in June or July, there will be a stage for, I think, participants to pitch their ideas to investors, right? Okay. So I guess that is that. So part of what I'll be working on today, or educating us on or sharing knowledge on, is to look at an aspect of grants. I mean, there are lots of grants around. Some people are getting these grants, others are not getting it, and want to know what is actually happening. Why are people? Just a minute, please. Okay, yeah. So I want to know what is wrong. Why are people not getting the grants? Why is it that somebody is doing what am I doing differently that is making me not get the grants and the likes? Sometimes you come online, you see young people wearing black t-shirts or green t-shirts and the likes, and then they're holding huge checks month on month, week on week, and the likes, and get to find out when you read about their company that's at before COVID, before 2020, their companies never existed, and then post-COVID, they exploited the situation, and they develop a project around it, and now they're getting major funding to actually start something. And interestingly enough, the way the world is going, and I'm glad for this particular program because it's beginning to create a new industry for itself in the world. So basically, we are going to be talking about, okay, how do we position ourselves for grants? What are grants? What are the categories of grants we can find available? And in the context of pitching. So I think maybe for maybe 30 seconds or so, if you can just drop in the chat box, what are some of the expectations? I know the last speaker touched on some aspects. So if there might be some expectations you have between now and the end of the class that you especially want me to touch on, I think I'll be able to note that during the course of my training. So I think for the next 1 or 2 minutes, for the next, let me say 30 seconds, I'll be on the chat box. So if you have some major expectations that you really want me to touch on, it could be probably 1 or 2 questions or just some particular points, just let me know. But I think while I wait for that, let me just proceed with my presentation. So next is, while we still work on that, next is going to be like a trivia. I usually want to, okay. Okay, yeah. So next is going to be like a trivia. So I think if you have an answer to this, you can just put it on the box. I want to get an idea of how can we. So the question is, what can? Okay, yeah, I can see Khadija's post do's and don'ts when writing grant applications and the likes. Okay, so my question is this: what can you put in a bucket to make it weigh less? So we have about 10, 15 seconds to answer. What can you put in a bucket to make it weigh less? Now you can still send expectations as well as answer. What can you put in a bucket to make it weigh less? There's a picture of the bucket in front of you. What can you put in the bucket to make it weigh less than it's currently weighing? Okay, so I'm still getting the expectations. So Khadija is looking at them do's and don'ts when writing grant applications. Yeah, Ibrahim, okay, that is a Ibuchim is talking about the expectation to do a proper pitch deck. Okay, I'll talk about that as well. How to be precise in presenting grant applications, ideas. Okay, I think I'm beginning to get answers. Yes, Mancha said paper, Ismail said cotton, and Ibuchim said hole. And I think Ibuchim is correct. You need to put a hole in a bucket to make it weigh less. So I think just because of time, I'll just continue with my next presentation. So let's delve into the topic. In presenting this topic to this audience, it's kind of, I won't say it's dicey, but it's in two ways. On one context, I've done a lot of projects, a lot of presentations on grants, applications. I've done a lot of presentation of pitches. I've done a lot of pitch decks to different beneficiaries, to different partners, to different audiences, for example. And then at one point, we're looking at you in the climate action sector as well. And they were looking at the concept of grants, writing an application, as well as pitch deck. So there's a specific formula or some specific expectations of what a pitch deck or what a typical grant should look like in every generic industry. And then when it comes to something covering the climate action, it's totally different. One mistake I believe, or not saying mistake, is kind of a misrepresentation that most of us assume is that sometimes when we remember or when the word climate comes to our mind, the first thing that comes to our mind is park debts, recycle, park debt from communities, plant trees, and the likes. And it's possible that as we're working around some of our projects, if I'm not mistaken, I think there are about almost 30, 35 people in this room. There's a high possibility that a lot of our projects are going to be streamlined towards these few areas, get some volunteers around, clean the community, pick up the plastics, recycle them and the likes. Some other groups could look at maybe planting trees or reforestation and the likes. There are different ways we could. But I think why I decided to use this slide as my introduction slide is there is a whole new industry. And because of the fact that the world is giving it more attention, it is expanding and it's also adding different parts. For example, you're talking about climate action. It's possible that what I mentioned earlier were things that were obtainable in the past. Now, with the advent of AI, with the advent of technology, it's a totally different ballgame. You can actually incorporate AI. For example, there's the aspect of energy transition. For those of us in Nigeria, you're talking about using the generator and the likes. Now they're bringing the solar panels, they're bringing rechargeable inverters, they're even bringing solar generators and the like. So you're looking at us moving from probably using firewood or subsistence forms of fire or energy, or charcoal and the likes, or coal, to using fossil fuels and the likes. And now we're looking at renewable energy. So there's actually a transition from one step to the other. You could have an idea that says, okay, for example, somebody felt somewhere that, okay, instead of buying inverters in your homes and, fitting all those things and every other thing that might be, you're looking at the north side of $1 million plus just to have inverter that could power probably a 1 or 2 bedroom flat comfortably. Somebody said, okay, why don't we, the same way we have our fuel generator, the diesel generator, why don't we have a solar powered generator? And then they were able to do something like that. So in the context of innovative ideas, it actually expands not just beyond, it expands beyond what we're used to. There are the aspects of industry decarbonization. If we are talking of green workspace, green industries and the likes, you're looking at, okay, how do you use less of this and more of this in terms of, okay, for example, when it comes to workplace, there was a project I did whereby, they looked at when we're talking of emissions, the first thing that naturally comes to our minds is using the jet fuels, using the road, locomotive engines and the like, and all those other things. But most of us are not aware that even using our laptop alone, even the fact that we're using a lot of mobile devices to a large extent is giving up much emissions, not in the context of comparing it to fossil fuels and the bigger industries, but let's even talk about electric vehicles. I know it's kind of a long discussion, but the point is, the phone you are using was, something was mined from somewhere, minerals are mined from somewhere to produce different aspects of this to the point that I have the phone. So the fact that using the phone alone might look like you are not emitting anything or it's not even giving as much, it's not that significant. But the chains and the processes that brings everything down to you having that phone and can actually add more to that as well. Now, talking of finance as well, there's also the aspect of nature. Now, interestingly, in the aspect of Nigeria especially, anytime we talk about anything climate, the first thing that goes to our mind is nature, which is not bad, but then there are still other aspects as well. They also have the aspect of how climate can actually affect our health. There's also the aspect of adaptation and resilience. Most of the projects are going to come from this aspect as well. There's also the aspect of gender. How do we play different roles? What are the roles women play? What are the roles the girl child play? How do we balance the gender dynamics in the context of aspects like this? And then an important aspect as well is looking at youth and skills. How do we bring all these things together? So this was one of the themes that was discussed at the COP Summit, the 28th session. And I just wanted us to know that when you're looking at climate action, climate change, it goes beyond the generic nature versus, let me even say, health aspect. There are various areas you could go into it. And I think these days, most investors or most partners are looking at funding more projects that not only are they diverse, but they can actually link a lot of parts together. So if you have a project that can look at, okay, I'm going to share this slide at the end of the session, so I think Adebayo and Janet as well, so you can have it. But then the stronger your project looks at attacking different aspects, just look at it like a spider web. You have a particular project in mind. Who are the partners that are going to bring? How do you connect at least one or two or three different aspects of this in your community or in the beneficial community of what you're targeting? It's going to actually make your project stronger. When you're preparing or presenting your grants, 1,001 people are presenting their grants. How will you stand out? So these are just some of the things that we're going to talk about. So by definition, what are grants? What are proposals? What are pitch decks and the likes? A grant application is a formal request for funding that individuals, such as yourself, organizations submit to grant-making bodies to get grants. So that application that you submit is actually the process or the application itself is actually what is called grant application. You are applying for a grant. Now, the interesting aspect of how grant differs from proposal is a proposal is a major aspect of a grant. And please, this is very important, only if you were asked to submit a proposal. It's not all grants that you have to submit a proposal for. So sometimes when we're doing businesses, it's even better you have a concept note, which could be a shorter version of a proposal or a shorter version of the whole project that gives a general idea of what the whole thing is all about. It doesn't talk too much about the finances and a lot of other things, but it just gives a general idea. It could be a page, 1 page or 2 pages. But then if you were to go to the United Nations, for example, or to the World Bank, and they say there's a grant available, don't assume you should start preparing a proposal. One of the major rules of the thumb, and I think this is very important, is when you're applying for grants, you must abide by the Constitution or abide by what is expected or what was informed, just like you're applying for a job. It's just like, okay, so assuming there are some jobs online on LinkedIn and online that you want to apply for, they will not ask you for your CV. Instead, they will give you lots of small boxes that you have to start filling information in. These days, some companies are even beginning to use Google Forms. They send you Google Form, you send your update and that, and then they vet it. They don't even need your CV up front. Some even ask you for a LinkedIn profile. So if the job says, or if the ad says to apply, send your cover letter and your CV to this email, that is the instruction. You abide by that. If the next job says, click on this link and fill this form, and you can see 3 or 4 or 5. For most of us that applied for the US visa, you can see all those stages and the likes. For most of the grants coming up these days, that is how a lot of the grants are presented. So they don't naturally just ask you for the express proposal. They actually even want you to split your ideas into different aspects. You could see a box that says beneficiary. Talk about your beneficiaries. Who are the primary beneficiaries? Who are the secondary beneficiaries? If you are going to do a project that's going to help market women, for example, and they're looking at 5 or 6 market women, they could be 5 or 6 permanent beneficiaries. But if in the long run, the project is going to improve their income, improve their well-being, improve their health, improve access to food and all those other things, the secondary beneficiaries are not only going to be the immediate family of the woman, her husband, and her children, but each is a market woman, for example, could be our potential customers. So most grants, we want to ask you to identify your beneficiaries, their age grade in terms of the gender and all those other things. There could also be another part for budgeting. I think the last speaker talked to an extent about budgeting as well. So for grants, any grants you're applying, there are some slides that are going to touch more on the grant aspect. One thing you need to know is always abide by what it is that they say you should do. Don't just assume you have to start preparing proposals up front. Having a proposal is not bad, but don't assume that, because if you prepare a proposal and spend a lot of time preparing a proposal, and when you click on the grants link to apply, and then you're seeing that there's no place to request a proposal, you would have kind of wasted a lot of your time as well. And then when it comes to pitch, it could flow in different ways. So a proposal is the document that has the generally talking about your ideas, your budget, your beneficiaries, and all those other things, depending. If it is requested, it is part of what you submit to a grant-making body when you're applying for the grants. Now, if 200 people applied and at the end of the day, they shortlist it to about 10 or 15, and then they say that, okay, come to maybe a particular office in Lagos, a particular office in Abuja, or even virtual, you are the shortlisted ones, you'll be in a bootcamp, something like we are currently doing here. And then after a while, you're going to pitch your presentation to the general public or to the investors or to a panel. You've moved from preparing a proposal and submitting it or filling the grant application form and be shortlisted. And then the next point is to start working on your pitch deck if you don't have it already. So the pitch deck is that presentation that outlines the features, the goals, and the target audience of a product or service if you are in the product or service sector. Now, if you're in the NGO sector, in the not-for-profit sector, or you have a particular program per se, it's going to talk more about the project or the program. It's important that we create this to drive interest from third parties and solicit for funds. Not only funds, partnerships, and also launch projects. Interestingly enough, it is not every pitch that is directed to get funding. And I think I'm going to talk a bit more about that sometime, somewhere in the slide. Let me just check. Okay, apologies. Somewhere in the slide. It is not every pitch deck that is expected to draw funding for you. There are different types of pitches. Okay, if you can look at the slide, you have the ones for investors. Somebody says it's interested in investing X amount of money in your company, or there's actually a program and they have a 10 million naira grant and they want you to pitch for it. It could be a sales pitch. So this is going to give you a generic idea of how pitches looks like and then what is going to be applicable for you. It could be a product pitch if you're in the tech industry. You want to launch, maybe you want to launch WhatsApp. You want to launch WhatsApp business, you want to launch Facebook or Telegram or something like that, a particular feature in mobile application to a panel, the kind of pitch you're preparing is going to be different as well. It could be a project pitch similar to what we are currently doing. So a project pitch is more like a distilled and a more pictorial, but a directly targeted version of a proposal that is submitted for your grant. So this time, and they've seen everything, all the text, they want you to now sell the project to them as well. It could be a job pitch. You could, during the course of the interview, actually pitching yourself to the organization as well. And then it could be a workplace pitch. Workplace pitch generally covers, you could have employees and the likes. My next slide will talk about that. Then when it comes to, so I'm going to be interfacing between the grant aspect and then the pitch aspect because they go together. So when it comes to applying for grants and on the flip side, you get to the stage of preparing your pitch and your pitch deck per se. So in the context, pitch, it could actually be the verb making a presentation. It could look like I'm pitching a presentation to you at this point. Pitch deck actually refers to the PowerPoints or to the presentation formats that you're pushing out there. So if someone says, send me your pitch deck, they're actually looking at sending that particular document, the ideal template document to them as well. So one of the major things you need to know is know your audience. If your program at the CAAP says you are going to be pitching to investors, I think one of the important questions, if you've not asked yet, is to ask, who are the investors? Do you have an idea of their names? Do you have an idea of their industries? If, for example, the investors have a name or they have maybe information is given about the investors, you want to go and do your research. Your research should involve who are these investors and what kind of projects have they funded before. If someone says, or if a company says they're interested in funding health-related projects, and you bring a project that is agri-related without any aspect of health in it, naturally, they might not consider. And this does not only work for the pitch deck, it also works for the grants. So because we have projects and we need money, doesn't mean we can apply for anything. If you apply for any funding, it's possible that you're not going to get that. And also the fact that you have a project and that you need funding is not enough to assume that you can get anybody that has money in. Some people have mistakenly or in error pitched to investors that were probably looking at buying an aspect of that business. I mean, some of us watch, I think, what's the name? The Apprentice, I think Tiger Sharks or something like that and the like. So imagine going for that program and then they ask you questions, how many percent are you saying, and take 50% stake on my company and all those things because you're not too familiar. So it's up to us as project owners or program leaders to ensure that when it comes to getting funding or applying to, pitching to investors, it's also important to identify the kind of investor. One good thing this program has done is there will be a team of investors that said, okay, when it comes to climate action in Nigeria, we're interested in funding projects that can help us speed up to the 2030 goal, SDG goal and the likes. And then they will meet with people like SDSN that will say, okay, this is what you need. You have this money available. We can actually help you get a crop of Nigerians that have amazing ideas. Then they develop this bootcamp. They bring you in. You prepare yourself, and at the end of the day, they make it easier to match you with investors and then you pitch. So organizations like SDSN and lots of organizations out there have actually come up with accelerator programs, incubator programs, even boot camps as well to make sure that they prepare you for that to be able to face the investors. So when it comes to knowing your audience, assume your audience could be investors. Now, if this particular project is aimed at investors for the project, it's not a bad idea, of course. But one thing I want you to know is in future, don't just assume you're just submitting it and that is all. If your project is going to succeed, you need to be able to pitch your idea to different sets of people. One could be partners. A partner might not necessarily have money. For example, assume your project is to probably do something around solar panels. One of the major challenges we are going to be looking at is to look at the distribution chain. Assuming you feel like, okay, you look around and say, okay, you want to partner with DHL. The pitch you are going to present to DHL is different from the pitch you are going to present to Bill Gates, for example, if you don't funding your project. So while the investor pitch is there, that of the partner pitch is a bit different. Now, there are the basic tenets of pitch presentation, but then the focus is going to be different. This slide has kind of a lot of words. There are one or two slides like this that have lots of words. So I did it intentionally so that after this class, you can actually go in and take them one by one. So as you are pitching to investors, partners, or even suppliers for group one, you need to know what is their motivating factor. If I have 50 million to invest in a particular project, I'm not dashing, I'm not enough for profits. I need to get a return on investment. So if you say, okay, and I think it's the other speaker talked about that, okay, Charles, if you give me 50 million, I have a 2 million, that's 52 million, I'll do this project for this and this, we're going to raise this, we're going to be able to sell ABC and the likes and all those things. And in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, this is what our own is going to look like. 52 million investments, we'll hire staff and do this. After by a year and a half, we're going to be profitable. In 2 years, she's able to make X, Y, Z. And then she start getting at least 5 to 10 to 15% of her initial capital by the second or third or fourth year. When it comes to investors, those are the things they're interested in. Their return on investment. So you have to, apart from selling the idea as well, you also have to focus a lot on the money aspect. It's very, very important to them. So they're not dashing the money. When it comes to the partners, they're looking at how do they collaborate with you. For example, if I'm going to be a partner to SDSN, they are a sustainable SDG goal focused organization or foundation. In the likes, if I'm interested in them, I have to be aligned as to the SDG level. If I want something entirely different and they want something entirely different, there's no point in us partnering together. So it's important that you also learn how to select your partners. A lot of it has to do with research. When it comes to suppliers, supply chain as well, same thing. So what this slide just looks at is who are the basic audience you might meet when you're pitching your ideas to. What would be the basic motivation they have? Why did they want to listen to you? Why did you even get to the front of them? And then how will you how will you tweak your pitch to be able to address what they want? I don't want to go into all this, for example, but then if you're pitching to an investor, which is going to be a major focus for a climate action project, you need to highlight the financial aspect of a project as well. I need to highlight the environmental benefit because it's a climate-based project. Okay, and it's very important to align with SDG goals. If you're looking at customers, non-profit or media influencers, which you still need later on, you need to be able to understand what their motivations are. I won't go into this. At the end of the day, you hire 1 or 2 staff, and then for this, I'm going to assume some of us already have existing projects or existing businesses or existing companies. Some of us are still starting. Some of us are in the ideation stage. So while some of us are probably paying salaries for some staff members, others are still in the ideation stage and the like. So it's possible that some people might be pitching businesses they're currently doing or ideas they're currently running on It's possible that some are just pitching new ideas and the like. So I'm still going to talk about this. So somewhere in future, you either need to have members of staff working for you, or you need to have employees working for you. It's very important. Now, when you're hiring people, you still need to pitch as well. What kind of story do you tell them? One of the motivations for someone that's interested in working in something or volunteering in the climate action sector will be purposeful work and the eco-conscious culture of the organization. Okay, for example, if you're bringing in a staff and like, okay, over this place, we use a solar power generator, we're doing this generator, and they are very, very committed to that. Those things would be very, very appealing to them. And another important aspect, you are doing business in Nigeria. So even if you don't know the law, have a friend or a lawyer or somebody in accounts or somebody with a good understanding of the law to be able to back you up. If you need to register your business, if you need to do ABC in terms of compliance, if it says, for example, that for you to start carry up any volunteering project in any community, you need to meet with the local government chairman, I need to meet with this. These are the kind of researches you need to do. And if you have to get to that stage, you still have to pitch your idea to them. They are not interested in the money part. Okay. Part of what they might be interested in will be, how are you going to comply? How are you going to be transparent? If you say you want to come and talk to school children, how are they sure they're actually talking to the school children and all those other things? Some communities will complain that you're not the first person. Everybody is doing NGO now. How is yours going to be different? So transparency is actually a very, very big deal. The next part, I'm just going to touch on this part a bit. I think the last speaker touched on it. Budget. Budget is very important if you're pitching to investors. They want to know how much you need, which is called the ask, ASK, and how you're going to splice it. There are lots of options. If you can look at this slide here, I'm going to see something like this. And I don't think it's showing. Okay, it's showing here, yes. So if you're asking for 50 million, I don't have a particular slide. There's a slide that I would have put it to have easily explained this. It's not just enough to say that you're asking for 50 million for your project. Somewhere you want to draw a pie chart and divide how the money is going to be pushed or invested in different aspects of a business. A smart way might be to look at, you want to break your business into, your idea into the technology aspect, into the people aspect, into the operations or logistics aspect, and then maybe into the sustainability aspect or something like that. And say, okay, out of this 50 million, I'll use 20% to hire my staff and ensure I have enough salaries for them for the next 1 or 2 or 3 months. For this, we need to buy a vehicle, we need to get refuse bins, we need to do A, we need to do B. So you need to, first of all, break down that budget, some of these you basically need, and start itemizing them, then aggregate them to particular percentage, preferably in a pie chart. So that the person looks at it and says, okay, 50 million is a lot of money. What do you need it for? Okay, from the pie chart, a chunk of it is going to operations. Now, an interesting thing is, if a chunk of your project most times goes to hiring and equipment, a lot of investors might not really be interested because it looks like they expect you to have sourced to exogenous funds elsewhere to be able to cover for that. So like I said, understand the motivation. So your budget is talking about, okay, when you give me the money, this is where I'm going to push it into. If it comes to people that are interested in the investment aspect, you don't to give you money, don't to get the return on investment. Now you're going to also have to, in the budget, not necessarily in the slide, you have to now break it into, apart from where the money is going to, how much will be the expenses and all those other things, and then how long it's going to take for you to be able to recoup that. So some people usually say 50 million. In the first 1 year, we're going to be the business. In the second year, we should have made 30% of that as profit. In the fourth year, all those other things as well. But some of the basic principles is, like I said, break it into categories. Are you looking at tech? Are you looking at logistics? Are you looking at operations? Are you looking at ABC and the likes? And be able to justify it with clear explanations. You have a project, you have a goal. Everything should be tied to it. You don't want to put a project and say that under operations or logistics, you want to buy a Prado Jeep. Of course, even if you're able to justify it, it's going to raise a lot of flags. And most times when there is this flag, nobody will call you back to come and explain. They just push you aside and go over to the next. So, like I said, in terms of budgeting, one aspect that I don't think most people usually touch about is similar to grants, follow the funding agency's guidelines. Some people will give you an Excel sheet that you have to download and fill it in a particular way and send back to them. So people would have even broken down the budget into different categories: direct costs, indirect costs, operational costs, and all those other things as well. And they want you to start fixing it in. So it is very, very important to pay attention. Okay, very, very important as well. So please always follow the the funding agency guideline as well. I've talked about categorization and then including expenses and revenue. And then Do not overestimate. Very important. Like I said, you're not the only person applying. If 2 or 3 people are applied for it, or is a particular pitch presentation, and you're the first speaker, the second speaker made him say, the third speaker capitalizes on it and has done all these things effectively. And in fact, it's even saying that that money might not even use all. And just put it in a very, very smart way. It's going to be a lot easier to work towards that person. And then the fourth aspect is show how you are going to be transparent. How are you going to track your money? Do you have finance, a finance person? Do you have books to keep? How are you going to track the money? If you're focusing on hiring a lot of people, the next question might not be, who are you going to, who is going to handle your finance? If you've not even planned for someone to handle the finances as well, or you want to handle it yourself, another question might be to talk a bit about the finance background you have. Very, very important. Let me just go to the next. So when we're talking about grants and research, one of the basic aspects that we need to know is in grants, you need to do a lot of research. And one thing people miss out is in investor relationships. You need to be able to build relationships. For me, LinkedIn is one of the best ways to do this. It offers you options to be able to reach out to anybody in the world, even if it's that PA that's going to respond to you. It's a lot more active and converting than phone calls. So these next few slides are going to be talking about relationship between the funders, the donors, the programs, and your investors. In terms of, so when you get this slide, you can actually go through some of this. When you want to search for grants, it is important. You don't just go on and say grants for climate action in Nigeria, and you see anyone and then click, okay, eligibility, this and this and this, and then you apply. Maybe your focus might be to apply for 20. Anyone that enters, he enters. If it doesn't enter, that is it's very, very important to be very, very targeted. So if you are working alone on the project, it might be a bit challenging. If you have a team, it's actually better to call your team around and be able to sort out some other aspects. What usually works for me is I usually work with a team of at least 2 or 3 people. One is going to be, I used to call that person the hunter. The person's work is we have this project or we have this idea. The person goes on and searches for investors, searches for grants, searches for information that is directly linked to that project. That means if they say it's climate action water-related climate action, and the focus is doing borehole or providing alternatives to water, reducing water wastage, okay, and all those other things. And the person is, and we are seeing a grant that is focused a bit more on agriculture and cattle and all those things that are not directly linked. It is not needed. So to make the work easier, somebody helps my team hunt for all this kind of work. All this kind of researches and grants and everything, puts in an Excel sheet and submits it to us. Then once you shortlist the top 3 or 4 or 5, we now come in and sit and say, okay, what do they need? You know the eligibility criteria. When is the deadline? What are the things needed? What do we have? And every other thing. And please, before you start this, it's also important to be able to assume, or not just assume, do your research to understand what are the basic things you need to either apply for grants or even to present your pitch. You need to have been registered, obviously. And that's if you're working from a company perspective. I'm doing it in both sides. I'm assuming some of us are having organizations on one side, and some of us are doing it as in terms of projects by ourselves and the likes. So when you're doing your research about the funders, one of the important things is, or the investors, one of the important things is, what is their past funding pattern? Some people will tell you that they've intentionally funded women-led, businesses led by women. If you fall into that category, that's not going to be a bad idea. It's even going to be an advantage. That means if the organization is focused a lot more on pushing out funding to women-led businesses, you want to pump that information as early as possible. If possible, so some people want to be able to, not only in the team part, not only put the CEO there, the female CEO, but also push the female team member to show that, okay, we have a very, very good gender representation on our team. And another aspect as well is also the geographic relevance. If the World Bank, for example, says that they are funding a project in the northeastern part of Nigeria, and you have a project for Port Harcourt, there's a high chance that even if your presentation is really, really good and is very, very perfect for the Port Harcourt community or the South community, it might not be considered. So these are just some of the things that some of us do that we're like, okay, yes, that grant is very, very good. They applied and very, very sure it's a strong application, but at the end of the day, you don't get a feedback from them. So this particular slide is going to tell you some of the ways you can actually get grants. It's not something I want us to go into. But then from your governments, lots of them are being announced online. International development groups. What I usually do is I go to LinkedIn, and then I go to this company, all these groups, I go to their pages, anyone I'm interested in, and I click on the bell icon. That is the notification icon. Anytime a post comes up or something, I'm being notified on my phone. Also, I go to their website and I subscribe, so they send me emails. So you'll be surprised of how much sometimes when funded, especially the international funding, when they're up or new rounds, send emails to everybody with all the checklist and everything. So it makes it easier. Okay. So my next is going to be looking at please, timekeeper, in case I'm running short of time, just let me know. I'll just try to tidy up as much as possible. So like I said, in terms of reaching out to funders, I'll just glance through this. One major aspect is do your research. I've talked about this. It's very, very important. Do your research as much as you can. Then listen to learn. Apart from doing your homework, if possible, what I usually do a lot of times is I go on YouTube and I watch other people presenting their pitch decks. How did they do it? Very important as well. Then find a networking strategy that works for you. You see, one thing I got to find out probably in the last 2 or 3 years when I started focusing a lot more in this aspect was that people give funding to those they know or those that have a level of familiarity with them. And if you're able to get your first funding, you execute that project and you do it so well, it's an open door for you to be able to get additional funding in the future. Why? If an investor has you've done your pitch deck and everything and they found you worthy and they give you the funding and you're able to execute the project, for the very, very smart ones, and I think I want to agree that all of us should be able to work around this, don't hide. Very important. If you've gotten funding of, let's say, 20 million naira, or you finish this program and the likes, and you got, let me say, a grant of 5 or 10 or 15 million naira for your project, seek permission from SDSN or the funders. If they say yes, you can, please go to your LinkedIn, go to your social media pages, announce it as much as you can. Now, you have to announce it in a smart way. The assumption is that you don't expect your family members and everybody to come and start begging you for money. So you have to know how you smartly announce it. But it's very, very important because it gets to give you a form of validity online. Tomorrow, when you're applying for a new set of funding, it's important to mention that you've been funded in the past by A, B, C, D, E. So the fact that you've been funded by some of these people makes it a lot easier for people to trust you because you've passed through that stage before. Similarly, if you've executed 1 or 2 projects on one side or you've volunteered in the past, it's a lot easier to consider it than someone that had not done anything in the past and is just using this as his first system of coming into the climate action sector. Very important. Then get personal. This might depend. What I do most times is if I'm interested in an organization or foundation or a potential investor, I go over to LinkedIn. For example, let's say the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations is interested in funding a particular project, and my foundation or myself or my team are applying for that. What I do is to go to LinkedIn and look for the FAO group on LinkedIn, the company page, I follow it, and I go to the people section, check out the major people. Now, they were in the program space. So I check out the major people in the program space in the group, and I send them connection requests. Check out some of the things they posted. Sometimes in the past, you'll be surprised to see that the program manager has even posted the people that won when the competition last year or 2 years ago. I go ahead to study. Sometimes, if it's allowed, I could actually even reach out to some of the previous winners and say, okay, I'm interested in this project. How do you go about that? How did you win it? What are the tips you want to give me? And all those other things. But if possible, LinkedIn is one of the best strategies to be able to explore and meet more people. Worst case scenario, send a request, they won't accept. But at the point, most important thing is you've made a bit of difference. Now, if 20 people are applying for something online and you send a request, a connection request on LinkedIn to the person in charge or the program manager, let me just assume you send a connection request to Janet. And tomorrow, when she's looking at the form, it's just psychology. She has seen your name, maybe James Bucci, for example. And like, okay, this person sent me LinkedIn or whatever. Maybe I'm not interested. But when tomorrow she checks online on the application forms and she sees your name, it's going to ring a bell. And in this kind of space, you want to make as much impression as you can. Sometimes another thing most of us do is if you're looking at the, let me say, you're looking at the World Bank to give you a particular funding for a project, and you hear that they're having a mixer or an event, a corporate event in Abuja or Lagos, and you can attend, and you're sure that some of the people that are going to be funding the project or some of the major teams, team that they'll be making the decision will be there. It won't be a bad idea to go there and discuss with them and say, hey, I'm interested, I applied for this and this and that and all those other things. But one thing I know is that a rule of the thumb is that relationships will take you as much as you can go. Then I think the last speaker talked about this, make a clear ask. If you need 50 million for your project, put 50 million there. But it's not just to put it, like I said, you have to be able to diffuse how you want to share the money, where it goes into, and how you get to make sure that you're as transparent as possible. Follow up and follow through. Keep applying and keep following up with this. I'll just rush to the next part. So I think somebody asked this question. This is going to cover aspects of funding, aspects of proposal writing, aspects of grants, and even to an extent, even if you're preparing for pitch deck. If you check out online and see the program or the application window is if you check online and they say that the application window is going to be opening on the maybe on the 5th of May and it's going to end on the 26th, a lot of people usually wait till the 20th to start applying. Now, it's not as if it's a bad idea, but let's count it. If you're looking at an application that has a lot of money and over 2,000 people are applying, it pays you more when you're amongst the first 5, 10, 15, 20. Why? Because that program officer or the person that's in charge or the team that's in charge, you want to start reviewing it from day one. So when they see your own funding, before every other person's project or every other thing clouds their minds and the likes, it's just like similar to the work HR does. If people are applying, you see a particular job, you stand a better chance if you have a strong application and you're applying early. Because assume they're using a Google form to gather responses. If you're among the first 5 to apply, when they download the Google form in an Excel format, your name is going to be among the first 5. It's the first thing people will see. So please, part of the do's, start on time, gather everything you need to do on standby. It's very important. For example, your CAC certificate is very necessary. You need to be able to, you need to have that certificate. I'm sure you'd have registered your business if you're in that space. Scan your CAC certificate and upload it on Google Drive. Keep it somewhere. Have somewhere, maybe a Microsoft Word document where you put your CAC number, you put your business website, you put your TIN number for your tax identification number, you put all those priority information, you put the emails of your, your team members and all those things, such that certificate of incorporation, every other document you need, even your company profile, maybe the bio of your CEO or yourself as well, and every other thing. Assume everything up front, do your research to find out what is necessary. Just go on and say, okay, what are the typical documents needed for an average grant application or another those things? Have a list and make all these things available to your team and keep it in your Google Doc and Google Doc somewhere, your Google folder. So that if you're applying for a grant in future, you don't need to start calling your secretary, admin, and any other person like this. I'm looking for this. It's going to take a lot of time. So when you have this on standby, the project comes up, meet with your team. This is what you've done in the past. This is what this project says. How do you align everything? And then start applying early. So these are some of the things that make it possible that within a day or 2 or 3 days, once you have a very, very strong team, you can actually apply and then look for a mentor or an advisor that can help you look through your application and compare it on both sides. Very important as well. Now, another important thing is focus on how you use the money you're applying for. Very, very important. Okay. If you are in your pitch deck as well, one of the important, especially when it comes to investors, in as much as they want to learn a lot of things, the other slide I talked about, they are focused more on the return on investments. So you want to be able to focus more on the money aspects. You're asking for 50 million naira. How are you going to spread it across? Now, in your pitch deck, it's just going to be maximum. Usually, we want to recommend a slide focus on the finance aspect. We usually call it the ask. 50 million naira is what is needed. It's going to be divided into 3 or 4 or 5 areas, and this is going into this and the likes. But one important aspect is let it be as transparent and as clear as possible. Okay, don't go and jam pack your slides with different. For example, when you're talking about the employee, you don't need to have the money aspect there. When you're pitching to your employee, when you're pitching to the customers, you don't need to have the money aspect there. But if it's for the investors, what they really need is that aspect. So please be very sure that it's clearly stated. If not anything, you can glance through some of the slides in the beginning, but when it comes to that part, you want to focus more because believe me, they will ask you a lot of questions where it concerns that aspect. And like I said, if you're not too familiar with finance terms, you need to have a finance person that's going to be available to be able to help you put you through some of those things. Very important. Okay, my time is fast spent. Okay, let me just rush through this. Okay, I had a video, an interesting video here, but there's no time for that. So how to structure your pitch, just going through this, keep it concise, start with a strong hook. Everybody keeps saying, be a storyteller, start with a story. It's very important. If you, maybe you're passing somewhere and you fell into a ditch or you're driving and then the bridge broke down and something happened, there has to be a particular story you could link or something happened to your grandmother or your grandfather or something like that. When you're doing your pitch deck in front of, you've had your slide and everything, it's very, very important that you have a very, very strong hook. I think the other speaker talked about most of these other aspects. I think I'll just go to the next part. One important aspect of your pitch deck is in terms of your team. This is what your ideal pitch deck should look like when you're pushing your team. Okay, very important as well. If you're the CEO, you have 1 or 2 mentors or advisors or board of directors, you have 3 team members. It's not just enough to put their pictures. It's important to put their pictures, their full names, what are their roles and what they do in your company or your group, and their years of experience. Very important. If you're having somebody as your head of admin and the person has 2 years in administration and all those things, it's important to put it there in your pitch deck. So normally when you come to your team, you just want to mention 1 or 2 names, but you kind of looking at what is available on the screen, you can see maybe Teresa Manu, CEO of this and this and this, has 15 years experience in business consulting. Once I have this kind of people as my members of my board or top advisors, it gives the investor to a large extent validation that, okay, even if you are not too good in some part, you bolster some of your weaknesses by having this kind of people in your team as well. Very important as well. So for this this slide and the next slide, please, very important, when you get this slide, go through it. I will not have time to go through everything. But when you're preparing your pitch deck for this program and for your investor pitch deck that's coming up soon, I use some particular keywords you want to use. For example, if you're looking at, you want to create a compelling narrative for a pitch deck when you're starting, and you want to identify the problem, a good question could be, a good introduction could be, our innovation aims to combat deforestation by developing a sustainable alternative to traditional logging methods. Straight to the point. It gives you an idea. Focus, deforestation is a major problem. Everybody knows. How do you tackle that? The way they traditionally cut trees, how do you want to change that and every other thing? So when you're preparing your pitch deck, this slide talks about in terms of how you want to present your pitch deck, your data, and all those other things as well. And then how you want to build partnerships and the likes. Very, very explanatory here. So if you can look at each of them, there are specific words or keywords that you can actually copy and then edit in your own way, but it makes it a lot smarter when your pitch deck is almost done. So I won't have time to go through the slides. Just in the next 1 minute, sorry for that, Jenna, just in the next 1 minute, I'm going to round up. I'm going to show some samples of, now the most important thing is climate, there are lots of issues going on in the climate and everything. Climate action is a big deal and everybody have different solutions. The most important thing, everybody that's listening to your pitches, we all know what the problem is. Children are not going to school, forests are being cut, greenhouse gases and every other thing. A major focus everybody wants to, even before the money part comes in, is what is your solution? Now, I talked earlier of somebody talking about deforestation is a general problem. They want to tackle it by what? Revamping the traditional logging method. What's the traditional logging method? Take your axe, go to the forest, cut a tree, strip it of the leaves and everything, take it and make your wood. The update could not be specifically log in some particular areas or cut off 1 tree, plant 2 trees and the likes. But one important thing is in your pitch deck, how do you present your solution? This is just a typical, this is an agricultural company that have looked at, okay, everything you need to order for, whether it's fish or poultry or any other thing you need or whatever, you can order it from your phone. And this is how it is being presented in their own pitch deck. I actually worked here before, and that this was how we were able to, I developed this to be able to coin everything. So whenever I'm doing my pitch deck and I get to this slide, I spend a lot of time explaining this model to everybody, and it's very, very easy to convert as well. In the aspect of another company called Act to Win, one of the, when it comes to their solution, they're looking at 3 things. One aspect is, if you plant a tree and you probably take a picture of the tree or whatever, you get a gift. Another solution could be clean a local area. You could go to a community, maybe a church or mosque or whatever, or the market, clean there, take a picture, send it to them. They have a very big opening article, magazine and the like, they feature you. Another aspect is participating in quiz. So this is the solution they're looking at for their own aspect of combining action to be able to improve things in the climate as well. And then this could be another solution. This is Green Lagos, for example. Some of us might be familiar with this. They even included aspects of legal enforcement. If you are probably caught littering stuff or doing 1 or 2 things that are not ideal, they could actually jail you. So it's one thing to mention all these things and give you a lot of stories in it. But one thing you should notice in these 3 slides I've shared is a strong focus on pictorial evidence. So instead of using so many texts, so imagine I'm presenting something like this as my solution. So worthy, of course, too worthy, very, very busy and every other thing. And imagine I'm presenting something like this. Pictorial, easy to relate, might have 1 or 2 animations and the likes, but it's easier for people to be able to identify, okay, this is what the solution is all about. Then, so these are just some of the examples. When you go to the slides, some of the things are actually going to see how to help you improve on that. Another aspect in your pitch deck presentation is going to be very, very smart. Even if you have limited text to use, it's going to be very, very smart for you to have one, especially if you've done the project in the past, have somewhere you can put 1 or 2 of your pictures. For example, you've done a project that says you went to a community to do something, or you trained some children, or you trained farmers, or you did ABC or whatever. Please have it on your pitch deck. Even if you don't have time to present a lot of things, by the time I glance through the slides, people can see that, okay, someone that has done this project in the past has experience, and needs 50 million naira to execute this new phase of the project, it's going to be a lot more bankable on than someone that had not done it in the past and it's just starting. So these are just some of the areas you can actually use to bolster our presentation. So I think I'm not just going to go through most of these. They're kind of self-explanatory. The next aspect is the last aspect is your impact report. So let's assume you've applied for a grant. And yeah, I think one thing sorry for this, Janet, just taking a bit of time. One thing I forgot to mention is when you apply for grants, you get it, you even do your pitch deck, you finish the pitch deck and you be shortlisted. Most times they don't just transfer the money to you immediately. They do a bit of checklist back and forth and the like. That's what they call due diligence. Due diligence is where that team aspect of your presentation, they will now focus on it. If you are giving 50 million to your foundation or to your organization, who are the people that manage the money? Do you want to repeat people? Do you have the HR department? Who is going to be in charge? Now I'm giving the money to you. Who is your finance person? How many years experience does he have? What are his qualifications and all those other things? So they don't just give you the money like that. Now it depends. Some might just give it to you, but mostly when it comes to investors, they want to focus on all these things as well. So the due diligence means, for example, most of them will go to your social media pages. Some of you submit it, you don't know what they use it for. They go to social media pages and they use some AI tools to search. For example, if they say, okay, let's say they're against 1, 2, or 3 fields of thought, and then you're on that part, it's possible that even if you are good enough, your pitch is good enough, it might disqualify you. So when you're coming into the grant space, these are some of the things that you feel like, okay, you did everything well, they clap for you and everything, but then they sent you, sorry, we're unable to continue. It's like applying for the US visa. And everything has gone so well, but then you get over there, and for some reason, even though your application and everything going on well, they don't accept. And somehow you can hear that maybe you posted something in 2017, yeah, and they got to find out. So at the end of the day, assume you finished the due diligence, you've gotten the grants. Like I said, when you're undergoing the project or carrying out the project, it's important to carry your funders along, even if they don't ask. Ask them if you can establish a communication line open, even if the project is supposed to be for 3 months. And you're at the end of the first month, how far you've gone with the project. I think it's on this slide. How far you've gone with the project. It's important that you communicate this to them. How far have you gone? What are the challenges you've had and everything? Now, some people get funding and they cut off everything, get the money, flex it, do the project. We are done, and that is all. And that is all good. But at the end of the day, when you go back to them, they might not really pick you up again. But from experience, most times, the people giving you that money and the people managing it are human beings like you. So you develop a networking connection with them. At the end of the month, okay, for our project, we've hired 2 members of staff, we've done this, this is the challenge you're facing and every other thing. And then you work around it such that by the time you're done with the project, you have to now discuss unexpected outcomes. Okay, we assume that we're going to go to 5 villages, but at the fourth village, there was maybe a community riot or whatever. We couldn't go there. So instead, we now went to the school in this other village and those other things. The focus is not to share your challenges alone. Now, in the space of grant and project and this space you are going into, any challenge you have, it's important that you present how you mitigated against it. Don't say we don't have money. Instead, you met a financial challenge or something like that, and this is what you did. So people want to find out that, okay, you hit a challenge and this is the solution option that you're able to explore as well. And like I said, so finally, at the end of a project, you want to be able to have something like this. Some might tell you to prepare an impact report of 5 pages. Some might tell you to prepare an impact report of 1 pager. This is what it should look like. You want to have the numbers, the data, the figures, and all those other things as well. So I think this will be the end of my presentation. Like I said, there are lots of information on the slide that I just prepared it intentionally to make sure after this session, I think I shared it at Adebayo, so you can actually get that from him and be able to explore to prepare you for the presentation I'm going to be having very soon. Thank you very much. And over to you, Janet.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. We really appreciate it. Let's extend our heartfelt appreciation to you for delivering such an enlightening grant and pitch masterclass. So on behalf of the UNSDSN and the entire participants today, I want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Charles and all the speakers that have spoken today, the person of Oluwatoyin, Oluwatosin, Mr. Elias, and Dr. Charles. We say a very big thank you. And I'm sure that your expertise and insight have equipped us with invaluable knowledge to excel in securing funders for our endeavors. I really learned a lot today. I think one of my major takeaways today is that you gave us some cheat code on how to plant ourselves in the faces of the funders, like go to the LinkedIn profile, try to follow the organization, try to make connection with some of their programs office. I think that is a great cheat code, which I'm sure that every other person here was able to grasp. And to all the participants here who have dedicated a whopping 4 hours, I mean, it's even above 4 hours, it's one of 4 hours, let me say 4 hours, 8 minutes of your time to enrich yourself in this learning journey, we'll say a very big thank you for your commitment and your active participation, asking questions. Your dedication is really, really commendable. Please, if you have any question for Dr. Charles, that is his profile there on the screen. You can reach out to him because we may not be able to take questions. Our time is really, really fast spent. And I want to say a very big thank you again to all the participants that has been here since. Do not worry about the attendance. We have already done the screenshot of everyone that participated in today's bootcamp. So that has been done. Please make sure that you get the pitch deck. I tried to send the pitch deck like 4 or 5 times on the comment section. So I think that won't give anyone to give excuse that they didn't receive it. The pitch deck was submitted, has been sent there like 4 times. Also, with that, it's time to call it a day, time to call it a wrap, because we've exhausted all, and I'm sure that you all had a lot to learn today. Thank you all for your enthusiasm and your engagement. Looking forward to our future endeavors and future class together, okay? Until then, my name is Janet Olau, and it's a pleasure to have you to be here today. So have a wonderful month. Bye.
Ni ba wanda ta ce min komai ya ce, ko maye ne wannan a shekarar nan sai ta aurar da ƴarta, ko maye ne sai ta baya. Ko maye ne sai ta ana mana gori ko?
So just like I said the attendance was already taken. I did a screenshot of everyone that participated. So I'm sure your name should be there. That is if I pass at any point because the attendance was taken. So that is in response to Sokoto Amiyu. Question. So for the pitch deck, please just pull up. I've sent it like 4 or 5 times, please. If you need it again, just pull up, or you can ask any of your colleagues that has it to resend it to you. But I'm very sure that I've sent it back. So when you're supposed to submit your pitch deck, I cannot answer that right now. I guess if GB is in the call, he will answer that, but then it will be sent to you. So for all the slides of today's class, it's going to be sent to you via email. All the slides for today's class will be sent to you via email. Of course, the replay is always available on YouTube. You can search for the replay on YouTube. It's going to be there. So please search for the replay on YouTube. It's going to be there. And then you can also submit your pitch deck as soon as you're done with it. Please make sure you submit it early